and welcomes you to the Boomerangs Tours Fiesta. This is Season 10 of the Championship Dart Circuit, and we are coming to you live from Chicago, Illinois.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Championship Dart Circuit Weekend number 3 live in Chicago, Illinois, as we continue the road to the 2024 Continental Cup Tour Finals. This is our first match of the Boomerang Tours Fiesta, and it features the Mauler, Gary Mawson, taking on Jared Leedy. I'm Sean Green, honored to be your play-by-play commentator this weekend, and I'm excited to introduce my partner in comms, the wonderfully great Mr. Anthony Eugenia. AE, welcome back to the Boomerang Tours Fiesta.
Thank you, Sean. Great to be back with everybody. What a wonderful thing this, Saturday doubleheader is. It feels like complete bonus darts. Wonderful first event today, A to Z Darts Trophy. Get that done, and if that wasn't enough,
60.
boom. The Boomerang Tours Fiesta, whole new set of, everybody starts again from scratch. We start over, Mawson, Leedy, another great event to bring to you guys tonight.
Yeah,
42.
absolutely. Let's talk about the person that you probably know the least here, Jared Leedy, from Kentucky. Has been on tour this year, and then he actually was on tour in 2016 and 2015
41.
and took some time off there. This first event, the A to Z Darts Trophy, was his first top 16 finish. He actually made the board final in this same quarter of the bracket. He defeated Larry Butler in
43.
round 1 and then lost to Dave Richardson in the top 16 match. So, been throwing very well. He averaged in the 80s for the event and event number 1 today, event number
60.
6 overall.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm expecting him to really maybe put Gary to the test more than Gary maybe expects to be put to the test right here.
100.
Gary Mawson looking to sort of get back on the beam. An amazing weekend, too.
Yes.
We saw him lift the trophy. At least one
100.
quarterfinal run, if not two. So a real tremendous weekend, too, when we were here a couple of weeks ago. Put him in good position in the top of the standings. A hiccup today.
Yeah.
Got knocked out, I
180.
think, last 32 on his board.
I agree with that. He definitely had his hiccup there. But you're absolutely right. He had an absolutely phenomenal
140.
main event weekend and last weekend, which included the win
Mm-hmm.
against Jeff Springer. And he followed it up with
96.
one semifinal at least.
Yeah, and that put him in third in the overall rankings.
Yep.
Coming into this weekend, which under his scenario would
28.
send him to the Alley Valley.
Yeah, he made a semifinal in event number 4 and then the quarterfinal in event number 5. So, a win, a semifinal, and a quarterfinal. Can't do much
Game
better
shot,
than that.
second
And that's
dart.
the first leg for Jared Leedy, and it's a break a throw. 17 dart break a throw here in leg number 1. Just like I said, he threw extremely well in event number 6.
60.
This does not surprise me. Mawson definitely had a fantastic time. We just mentioned what he did last time he was here in weekend number 2, but a couple weeks
60.
later, it's a new weekend, and he's back. He needs to get back into the swing of things.
Nothing given, everything earned. So Mawson's got to get back in the fray.
60.
Welcome aboard, everyone. This is our feature board. We pulled from the bracket. This is group number 6. So you will see these players.
60.
8 players play down to one winner. So we'll have the the winners return. See, these two players will be joined by Justin Fawcett, Stephen Rousseau coming up
96.
next. Third, Larry Butler and Kylie Edmonds. And finishing up the group, we'll see a match between Adam Savadah and Douglas
DMcKelly.
Douglas DMcKelly,
140.
an Evolution Tour champion.
Well, he's our Evolution Tour leader right now.
Yep.
He won the first 3 Evolution Tour events
and,
about a month ago in
and
Charlotte.
was able to play. Also has a tour card.
81.
So we'll see Douglas in a little bit. So welcome aboard. Obviously, you're watching us either on PDC TV or YouTube. We've got additional coverage.
60.
Stream 2, we're calling it. That group is from group number 4. Players like Jacob Taylor, Chris Caldwell, Michael Wynn, Kiefer Durham, Joey Lenoir, Sean Mitchell, Joe Beecraft, and Hossie Hicks.
28.
That coverage can be found on PDC TV and Facebook.
Absolutely.
$60.
And again, Gary only 60 to leave 1-2-1. He gets the first look at a finish, but it's going to be under a lot of pressure.
100.
Nice steady ton there from Jared to put himself on 76. Gary to break right back. Should get a dart. Bullseye. Oh, and just above the wire.
I think it
96.
touched that wire.
$61 left. After the first one, he's got to go 11 pole. And he misses the big number. 47 remains.
44.
Huge shout out to our board official, Sally Kelly. Double 8. And just misses it. And that's
17.
That's the difference between weekend number 2, Gary Mawson, and weekend number 3 so far. Weekend number 2, Gary Mawson did not miss double opportunities very often.
No, he did not.
Game shot. Second
And
dart.
that is a hole to throw for Jared Leedy. Takes a 2-0 lead right out the gate against the Mauler, who is trying to really avoid going out in the top 64 two straight tournaments.
$100.
Gary Mawson got his first CDC event win since 2018, weekend number 2.
How happy was he in that post
Oh, my
interview?
goodness. Again, that picture of him just, if there was a picture worth 1,000 words and all those words were excitement
Beaming.
and happiness and pure joy,
43.
that was it. A reminder for everybody, this is just our first match of this Boomerang Tours Fiesta on our main streaming board. Coming up without break is going to be Justin Fawcett taking on
58.
Stéphane Rousseau, one of our very French-Canadian players.
Yeah, Sean and I will sit with you in between matches and give you a perspective on what's going on the tournament. Big matchups out there,
100.
what the bracket looks like, ins and outs. Maybe we'll talk about a little gambling action and,
There you
and
go.
what's on the horizon, what's in play for CDC darts.
133.
Nice 133 from Leedy. Puts
To leave-
himself on the first look again.
Leave a big fish.
So far, Leedy's been very
100.
impressive. And there's the first. Oh. I don't know if he goes for it or
94.
not, but
I think he does. I want to believe that he does, right?
it's kind of like, why do you lay up on a par 5? You might only play that course once.
Because it's there.
63 scored.
So you're telling me you've got to tin cup it. You've just got to keep
100%.
ripping it and ripping it.
No, that was an idiotic move. But
84.
that no one wants a hero just to make the top 10 by scoring a 14 on the final hole.
Sometimes you just got to go for it.
Oh, that could be a huge mistake. It is going to be a huge mistake because it's going to give Gary a chance at 74.
36.
This is the spark that Gary needed. It's only going to be one dart. It's a pretty good marker for him.
54.
Right underneath the wire, so a chance for Leedy to grab a second break, a throw.
And
Game
he
shot,
does,
second
and that's
dart.
why this game can be so frustrating. Gary Mawson is 2 wire widths away from being up 2-1. And instead it is 3-0 and 2 breaks a throw down is Gary Mawson. And again, Leedy just been consistent. Not doing anything super
96.
special, but he's hitting doubles and he's
Mm-hmm.
staying with it in the scoring. He's doing everything that he needs to do in this match.
But you laid it out that he he looked impressive, at least on
121.
paper, coming out of this morning. So always exciting to see somebody get an opportunity to play in front of the camera and perform. I mean, 3-0 up on our number 7 seed, Gary
85.
Mawson.
You know what else is beautiful about this Championship Darts Circuit events? We had 2 semifinalists, and Dave Richardson and Jeff Springer just face off in the top 64,
Oh, boy.
where Jeff Springer
140.
defeated Dave Richardson 5-1. So no matter what, one of those 2 players was going to be out in the first round after making a semifinal.
Brutal, Sean Green. It's brutal out there.
140.
Dustin Holt currently up 4-0 on Albert Ansey. Seth Stefano up 3-1 currently on Dan Benner. 2-2 scoreline. Our champion of the A to Z Darts Trophy, gentleman
90.
Jim Long, over Rick Allred. Rick Allred now takes a 3-2 lead, and that's another rematch type of match there. Ross Snook, Jason Roker 2-2. And Nathan Humphreys, one of our
81.
affiliate tour participants, up 2-1 on Brandon Goddard. And I hope you enjoyed your tour around the Boomerang Tours Fiesta.
45.
Yeah, you go to see that beautiful sign, Boomerang Tours, based in Costa Rica. We appreciate their support and sponsorship, and if you want an absolute
Killer time.
in paradise, our friends at Boomerang Tours
43.
Fiesta will look after you.
Great first start. Tops for a break right back. And he
Team
pauses
shot,
and
second
hits
dart.
it, and that was a great dart from Mawson.
Big exhale from Gary.
He's like, oh, it's still in there. Okay.
Got a little work done. Got one of the 2 breaks back.
Oh, an absolute must-win leg right there for Mawson, too. That would have put him down 4-0. And now he's starting to... I'm liking the pace in which he's playing right
100.
this second. He slowed it down just a touch.
And that's what the experience of Gary Mawson
41.
can do.
Absolutely.
Evaluate that and
$66.
Perspective. Jared Leedy back on 460. It's a beautiful first start. Just a
140.
simplistic throw that works great.
straight up and down.
Don't move your
I'd
elbow.
have to say I'm impressed.
And hinge.
Impressed in the first half.
140.
Just getting to see him half of a match. I can see Jared being with us for quite
Yeah.
a while, right? And getting some results.
100.
That throw is very replicable. And right now he's pushing one of the legends of this circuit to the brink.
137.
But Mawson, again, doing what he needs to do. After 12, sitting on 58.
100.
And even that 100 there does just tap him on the shoulder a little bit.
Nope. Beautiful guide for Gary. See if he can use that to just slide right in and
Game shot, third dart.
Only him.
replicates that same positioning. Boom. And now this is, from Jared Leedy's standpoint, this is, I feel it's a must-win leg. Just you don't want to give Mawson back the momentum, the 2 breaks back.
No, Mawson wins this leg. He becomes the favorite for the match. You definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah, you got to hold on to your throw.
That's in the bottom corner pocket.
140.
Yeah, nice 140 from Mawson. The Mauler trying to catch up to Leedy.
100.
I like that new little logo Mr. Mawson's got going on.
The one down at the bottom?
No, on his back.
Oh.
41.
You'll see it's like it's a GM.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's nice.
$60.
We look at some of the results coming in. Dustin Holt 5-0 over Albert Ansey. And then due to some withdrawals, John Steinhofer, Jack Robinson, and John Part
180.
have moved on.
We'll go in depth into that at the break. So
Yep.
if you want to stick around and jump into the bracket with us, we'll go through positioning and withdrawals and all that good stuff.
100.
Mawson, break a throw opportunity. Might even think he has 6 from here.
60.
He's not going to be too happy about the 80. However, he'll come back for it. And when you're down 3-0 and now you have a
45.
chance to break a throw to tie it up and become the favorite in the match and you need 80 points, you're going to take that every day.
Let's see what Gary does here.
Tops.
40.
I just caught the back of Jared's jersey. I was trying to figure out what it said, and I know the symbol there on his breast. And I'd say he's a Star Trek fan.
Yeah.
80.
Yeah, we could go with that. Oh, yeah.
Ensign Leedy, Starfleet Command, and he's got the logo on the front. So a solid Trekkie. I could do the finger thing. He can't do it. Okay. Sean Green can do a Spock.
Game shot.
Oh, there's a hit by Gary Mawson. He does tie it up and break the throw. Gary Mawson doing exactly what Gary Mawson does. Just scraps and claws and fights his way back into it. And you can see Leedy right there shakes his head, and he's like, I gave up a big opportunity.
Exactly.
But the opportunity's still there.
Well, it's still there, but all right, 2 in the bed.
140.
What the risk is, what experience brings, is not to focus on it, right?
Yep.
And that's where, again, how much experience Jared's had playing in big spots in front of cameras,
60.
all of that stuff. And we've seen that's where the more seasoned players and more accomplished players on the circuit, put the space between them and their opponent. Somebody with the
100.
inexperience comes out, plays a good 3 or 4 first legs, and the more seasoned guy sits pat, lets things get sort of ship shape. And
55.
I'm not saying that this is what will happen, but at this point you see the more experienced guys win 5-3, 6-3.
Yep.
And it's like, well, what happened? That it was just that little bit
95.
pushed them over. So now he can't dwell on it, but it's hard not to.
Oh, 100%.
100.
Up 2 breaks, right? So
Yeah, and that's also a big point of it.
but he's got Gary on a bogey. So even if he cuts it in half, Jared's got to
100.
put in, in the next 6 darts, he's got to put in, 4 triples.
Yeah,
Got 2 of them.
We can even simplify. He just needs to take out 286 and 6 and hope that Gary doesn't do it. Only going to be 1 dart. That's a perfect dart, though. Tops. Pauses. Just drags it
46.
low. Outside shot here, but it's a shot nonetheless. Treble 20, treble 18, double 16.
Best case scenario, taking it out. Worst case, he's got to leave a one-darter.
60.
Could also on the 146
And-
gone
and-
19s, 19s.
Sure.
For the first lead in the match. He just pinned it, and he pins it again, and it's a 4-3 lead, and he could not help that little fist pump. Did you see it?
Sure, because he knows
Yep.
how many battles has Gary Mawson been through.
137.
Good
Yep.
cover shot.
Leedy just needs to do his job in this leg.
Yep.
He's lost 4 straight.
But
Just
Gary
stop
knows
bleeding.
where the momentum is.
Yep.
Gary knows what
100.
the secrets that he knows that maybe a more inexperienced player may not know.
$41.
And right back in the treble bet again.
136. $60.
265, maybe looking to the bottom of the board. Not looking down there. Don't do that. Leaves a bogey. That's not like him. Yeah, and you see him. That's how much focus is involved here. And there's the difference. Leedy will get the first look at a finish.
Gary's completely annoyed with himself.
Mm-hmm. He's got to. You just can't let it affect you. And I believe that 45 is a direct result of him being upset at the fact that he left a bogey.
I would concur, but a Shanghai here is still a nice, comfy spot for
60.
Gary to come up with a huge ask of 164.
Yep.
For Leedy.
Oh no!
There's a shocking dart.
40.
Now here is the time for Jared Leedy to grasp this match back.
Needs a treble. Does not get the treble. So
80.
Mawson takes out 80 for the match, or Leedy comes back with 16.
Good third dart.
He's going tops. And he threw the first one outside. Oh no!
And then
Oh
and
my!
then not stay there though. You still have 2 darts. You want to go tops. You got him. You still have him in the quiver. So
Well, I think he blocked himself after that first one flat.
I thought it might be a marker, but I guess he felt he couldn't see it. So boy, what a sort of shift of feel in the match. And Jared goes up and pegs that. So he's all square. That's going to put a little more some pep back into Jared's step. He's going a distance with Gary Mawson.
Oh, great cover shot from
78.
both players there when they needed the most. And the way darts goes, it's just a crazy game, right?
26.
Our champion from event number 1 out.
The door is a
The gentleman lost to Rick Allred.
Jim Long. Oh, my goodness.
5-4.
100.
Last leg decider.
Oh, boy. Big, long day, so a big feather in the cap for Rick Allred.
Who we saw play very impressive on stream. And
100.
That's a 180 for the mauler, Gary Mawson.
first of the stream. Definitely won't be the last.
We're going to have an answer.
125.
That last little guy, we're not going to worry about that last little guy.
Nope. I mean, Leedy, it's Mawson's throw, so Leedy needs a little something to put it back in his direction because they're all
99.
square, so it's still Mawson's throw, but
Oh, no. Bullseye route?
He's got it. You got it. Yep. Take a breath. Do the math. Give yourself the most direct route to at least a 170.
31.
Leaves a 167. Oh, my. You can't take out the 100 now. And that's miles off the target line for Mawson.
And that's the third.
40.
Yeah.
Third one that we've seen, like, in that exact same positioning to open up a turn.
I was going to say a throw like taking out the 167 to win would make a weekend, let alone a match.
70.
Cover shot was nice. Mawson should have 2 darts, though. Double 10. Oh, my goodness.
So Jared Leedy toes the Aki with 97 to knock out Gary Mawson and move into the last 32.
Double,
78.
double.
26.
No harm, no foul for Gary Mawson. Double 10.
If this goes in, if it's a 10, things are going to get a little tricky.
He's hit double 5 twice. Third time's a charm.
Game shot.
Third time's a charm for Mawson. What a scratch and claw victory for the Mauler.
Mawson puts that in the lower left-hand corner, and by the skin of his teeth, Gary Mawson moves into the last 32 of the Boomerang Tours Fiesta.
Wow. My, oh my. What a great opening match. We had a last leg decider in our final, and we come back with one here in our first match of the Boomerang Tours Fiesta, Costa Rica.
Yeah, and Leedy, just to give you a little capper on that, I mean, Leedy was almost doubled up Mawson on his doubles percentage. So when Jared Leedy got a look, he was taking more advantage of it. But, Mawson just, I think that 180, really was a difference maker. The 1 or 2 hiccups that Mawson gave Jared, he just wasn't able to capitalize on. And, I think
The
that
31 from Jared there.
Yeah, exactly. The 31 was what left the bruise, and I think it was it was the little bit of experience was the difference maker in that. Gary Mawson knows how to claw his way to a win when all else is failing. So Mawson advances. So we're going to stay with you for a minute before we bring up our next match, which is Justin Fawcett and Stefan Rousseau.
Yeah,
so
give us a tour on this Boomerang Tours Fiesta around the venue.
Okay. Well, first off, people who are paying attention to the bracket on dartconnect.com or, things that have been posted prior will take note that we've got 3 players that were previously registered that are not playing. John Norman Jr., JT Davis, and Danny Baggish. It's a mix of circumstantial travel issues and physical health issues.
Yep.
All right. So you've got players who, in their own prerogative, felt it necessary to withdraw prior to the weekend or here on site. All right. So that explains a couple players moving through the bracket. Now let's get into your board groups and see, interesting matchups that Sean and I can talk about. Group 1 involving, we'll see the number 1 seed come up in a minute, Stowe Bunce. He takes on Dustin Holt. Dustin had a first round win over Albert Anstey. We saw Dustin, impress us in weekend 2. So see what Dustin has as he goes up against the 1 seed, the 16 seed Jake McMillan, 2-2 currently against Davey Main that we saw make his debut in weekend 2. So Davey getting a crack again here in weekend 3. All right. And then moving down Group 2, notables, Ross Snook, who we saw compete earlier. He goes through 5-2. Doug Boehm just getting his Boomerang Tours Fiesta campaign underway against Rob Ethington. And moving down Group 3. Big names and things on that board. Big clash to open it up. Went to the decider. Dan Benner beat Seth Stefano. And Leonard Gates is in that group as well. Jason Brandon.
Did you say Dan Benner came back and beat Seth Stefano?
He did 5-4.
Stefano was up 4-1 in that match.
Okay. Yeah, we've seen a lot from Stefano, mainly as a standout on our Revolution Tour, and he's another player that we like to keep track of, the burgeoning stars of the CDC. So, tough loss there for Stefano. Moving down, group number 4 is actually the group that is on our second stream on Facebook and PDC. Jacob Taylor is the big seed there, the 5 seed. Other notables in that group. Kiefer Durham just lost to Michael Wynn. Kiefer's a former Evolution champion, and coming up next on that stream, too, is a clash of New York City players in Joey Lanaw and Sean Mitchell, both players that we've seen on coverage in the last couple of events.
Yep.
All right, moving down into board and group number 5, Jeff Springer, as we've talked about a whole bunch. He advances 5-1. He's on the board with, he's an unseeded player. He's on the board with the 15 seed Steve Warnock and the number 2 seed David Cameron, and that will be Springer's opponent when he gets back on the board in the last 32. Group number 6 is the group that you're watching here on our feature board with Mawson and Fawcett, Rousseau, Butler, Edmonds, Savadah, and DMcKelly.
There you go.
I'm just trying to get it right. So that's your group, and we're just underway as you've witnessed with us. Finishing out the groups, group number 7, Brandon Goddard, who had a very impressive morning today, is locked in a 4-4 clash with another Associates Tour player, Nathan Humphreys.
Oh, wow.
Okay, Alex Spellman is the big name, the 3 seed in that group, okay? So interesting stuff in Group 7. Moving down, round things off, as Sean let you know as we opened up this coverage, Jim Long goes down to Rick Allred. And look at that. We're underway, and that's a 180 for Stéphane Rousseau, and I wish I knew how to say bravo in French-Canadian, because that's where Stéphane joins us from as he takes on fellow Canadian Justin Fawcett, and they go toe-to-toe in the octagon.
I love it. 2
players enter, 1 may leave in the CDC octagon. So quickly, Group 8, that was Allred knocking out Long. John Park, two-time world champion, is in there, along with Jake Womack, your 11 seed. So find that information at darkconnect.com. Go to the PDC area, pull up event number 7, and you can see all that action with us.
Yeah, and right now warming up is the Sean Mitchell-Joey Lanaw match. It's going to get started. As, first look at Stéphane Rousseau, who is playing his first year on the CDC after getting his tour card. And he's had a couple wins. His average anywhere from a really bad experience in the 60s to a lower 80s. But he starts off the stream with a 180, and that's not a bad way to start it. And then Justin Fawcett has been a journeyman of the tour for quite some time. He's helped us out from time to time with staffing situations, especially at like the Continental Cup. Stéphane Rousseau going to start on the 18s, double 7. Oh, the second one must be low? Okay, it was low. So he leaves tops. Look at Justin Fawcett. He's almost rooting for his opponent. It's good to see.
Oh, there's certainly, if not anything else, Justin Fawcett's going to be an amicable gentleman up there. Fierce competitor, but a gentleman nonetheless.
Well, Rousseau takes out leg number 1 with the throw. So Fawcett's going to step up here in leg number 2. Ontario versus Quebec, if we were doing a Canadian national event here. Fawcett has not made it out of the last 64 so far this year on tour. And that first dart was a dart that I would throw into the 7. We've mentioned it from time to time. It is a long day of events that start from 11 a.m. and for a lot of the players, warming up and things like that, it could be 9 a.m., 10 a.m. when they're getting started, and that's a great 140.
We weren't sure about that
Yep.
third dart. We're holding our breath a little bit. Yeah, it's a long process on a doubleheader Saturday. As you said, you're up early prepping, getting ready for that first event, and I think a lot of the evening gets dictated based on your performance, right?
Absolutely.
You're out early. How to approach that in terms of getting back on the practice board, timing things. If you go later in the event, I mean, I'm sure you could frame the story in any given way you wanted to, right? You get knocked out early, one could say, well, you're fresher for the evening, right? You be prepared, fresher for the evening. If you go further in the event in the morning, some will say you're warmed up, you've been playing a lot, and you're ready to go for the evening. Others would say, well, you've drained yourself, and you're going to not have a lot left in the tank. So, who's to say what the exact direction it is? And it's just based on outcome, I mean.
Income
and outcome. It's always speculation until the results are gone on mano a mano in and on the octagon.
You really like that, huh?
I love the octagon.
Rousseau will be back.
T-shirts coming your way by the time we get our merchandise all squared away. 2028, a octagon T-shirt coming to you.
Oh, my goodness. I apologize. I'm trying to, for some reason or another, figure out. Okay, there it is. So, yeah, both of these gentlemen did lose in the first round in the first event today. Rousseau, we've mentioned it, he's French-Canadian, and there's not a lot of English in his part of Canada, I'm going to expect, because he does not speak very good English, which is great.
If you were to go see him in his hometown, they tell you.
I was about to say, he speaks much better English than I would French.
I
can tell you that much. Extremely nice gentleman.
And Mr. Rousseau came to us through our Quebec Open Q School.
There you go.
Joined his compatriot, Sylvain Bordeaux, who won last year. Sylvain came down, sort of a trailblazer a little bit for that area of Canada. Won his tour card, came down, had an absolute blast, I think, last year on the tour, and voiced as such and expressed how much he was enjoying it. So I think he was thrilled to have a friend and a travel partner, right, come down and compete with, and I've seen them both play. We want to have the absolute best in North America on this platform and on this circuit, and those two guys are in that conversation.
I actually like what Fawcett's doing there. He's starting to slow down his take back a little bit more. He's starting to find it. The problem is that he's going to find it a little bit too little too late, most likely, as Stéphane Rousseau is averaging 91 right now. That's a great 1-2-5 from Fawcett. He's finding the scoring in this one. After 12, he's on 111. There's going to be some pressure on it, though. 92 left for Rousseau. Fawcett's going to get this opportunity. 91. 74. Tried to leave double 10. But Rousseau, 92.
Do we start on the bull is the question.
I don't think so.
Eyes up. Nope. Okay, so 87.
Treble 17 for 36.
Mm-hmm.
There's the treble 17.
And there's not the double 18.
Fawcett should get 2 darts clear at a double.
He's got to really make this go in. I mean, he's got to take advantage of this. You do not want to get 3-0 down in the first to 5.
And those were not bad darts at the double, both of them, right on the wire. Oh no, a bust from Rousseau. So again, a gift here from Fawcett. Just trying to pep himself up here. Oh, my goodness. That's a good secondary shot.
But a disastrous opening, first dart.
That's a great marker. He switched. And nobody misses double 4 on this stream.
Cashed in, did Stéphane Rousseau.
He's like, I abort that mission now after dart 1. I'm going to guess that just means that he blocked himself there on that double and was just confident enough to switch right there. Not everyone's confident enough to switch right there.
No,
and
I think it's confidence mixed with maybe the complete opposite, like just a dreadful feeling on the double 9, right? I just don't feel right on this, so I'm gonna take a chance on something that maybe will give me a little more confidence, even though I'm sacrificing the 1 dart at the setup. But again, right, it's all on the income.
Absolutely. Hey,
it's a right decision when they make it happen, right? So the double 4 went in. Hey, good switch. And if it was dreadful, then they'd be like, hey, bad choice.
It's always a good decision when you hit it. And for all of our DPNY fans, we got the Sean Mitchell Joey Lenaw match off and running on stream number 2. Currently a 2-0 lead for Mr. Mitchell over Joey, who made a top 8 earlier today.
Who is, Mr. Mitchell, to his credit, is I don't want to say quickly, because he's putting in the work in the last few years, but he's becoming a standard top player in New York, if that makes any sense. Like, he's breaking through the conversation with some of the other top players that are always involved in finals and such. So Sean is joining that table of top dogs in New York City.
And he might be the best-looking dartboard player I've ever seen.
I'm not going near that with a 10-foot pole.
81 left. He'll come back with 62 remaining. Might only be 1 dart at a double, though, on 62. So Rousseau can put some pressure on. Last shot, good cover shot just to leave a finish. .32 for Fawcett. And will he return, or will Rousseau take out a big checkout? I have a feeling that the French word and the English word for
poop,
for darn it, only the 4-letter version of that.
Yes,
it looks like it was the same.
It was clearly darn it.
And there's the double 8 hit from Fawcett. Now 3-1 score line. So great adjustment on dart 3. So we look around the venue here real quick. Anthony Chancolo just beat Clayana Brandon 5-1. Again, Clayana got on tour by finishing runner-up in the Savadah event at Music City last year. Got her CDC tour card, and she's taking advantage of it this weekend. You'd love to see something like that. Her dad, Jason Brandon, up 3-1 currently on Chris Swanson. Levi Cransel 3-0 lead on Nick Jordson. And a couple other matches currently ongoing with Nick McCoy and Colin Rath getting ready to get started.
Best of luck to our boy Colin Rath, former CDC referee. Good solid 140 there from Stefan Rousseau.
And former CDC commentator. So he did that at weekend 3 in Canada, my first season 2 years ago. He was in Cambridge with me in the booth.
All right, duly noted. Back off.
No, you don't have to back off. He's definitely more known for his great skills as a board official. We are live.
Good follow-up there from Stefan.
Just outside Chicago, Oakbrook Terrace, Holiday Inn. Huge shout out to our contact here, Robin, who's been absolutely amazing at all times. I have never had someone come up to me so often to ask if I need anything. She specifically went to the store and got me the drink of my choice, just a store. They have been fantastic. And what a area for us in the booth.
Oh, we got a
It's
nice
really
little
cool.
bit in an office with a big fishbowl window. Everybody comes in and looks at the monkeys with the headphones on and a nice big monitor. But it is pretty neat to sort of show off what we do. And I think everybody gets a kick out of coming by and checking out the commentary team. But there you go.
Beautiful two-dart combination.
Right, and that's what Stefan needed there. You know, just held off Justin just a little bit. It was his throw, and that's the, you know, put himself in a position of 4-1, and it's, you know, this match is now Stefan Rousseau's to win. Great hotel, and I would anticipate our return in 2025.
I hope so.
As we're already working on the tour.
Yeah, well,
We're working on dates and locations and the whole deal.
that's what you need to do. Fawcett 1 for 7 on the doubles. Rousseau 4 for 9. So I actually do want to give a little bit of credit here to Fawcett. You can tell he is not at his current best on the dartboard, and he's taking everything with a grain of salt. He's still kind of as easygoing as he can be about it, but I know that there's a frustration there and a little bit of a, I can't believe that I have myself in this position. Let's see if I can work myself out of it. 60 scored. He's ready to average about 20 points over the first couple legs when he was really struggling.
Yeah.
But a great 140 from Rousseau is going to make it really hard for reprieve at any point for Fawcett. And honestly, this is a huge shout out to Rousseau, who's throwing very well in this.
Yeah, I think we talked about it earlier. Everybody's got an event under their belt, but it's still a new event and a new feel. So a good first step to get the first one under your belt, as you talked about, putting some points on the average, getting better as the legs progress.
He's added about 7 points onto his average here in this match. He's got the big fish left. And Fawcett hit the 121, so.
Yeah, classy way to put this one away. If Stefan advances, he'll take on Gary Mawson. Right back here.
Fawcett, 111 left, not going to be able to take it out here. The 112 left for Rousseau for the match. And Fawcett really made a mess. Only 23. Well, 107. Bullseye for the match. He probably thought it looked good when it released it from his hand, which it definitely, I'm sure, did. But Fawcett messed it up here to leave 93. Do you start on the bull now?
Yeah, you have to with Rousseau on 25. I mean, you should really start on the bull. Yeah, you got to start on the bull even if your opponent's on a big out in the hundreds. But
ooh, double 10.
you wonder how people
It's always
make a
fun to me.
second dart decision if they didn't know where it was going to get them, right?
Well, they knew they had an even number. And he hits the double 10.
Hey!
And it's a 4-2 scoreline. I think he was the most shocked at that double 10 going in. Well, took out 93, and it's still on for the match. Not over with until it's over. And brilliant from Rousseau just to get right on with it. You know how it is. When you're in a great mood, sometimes you want everyone around you to be in a great mood.
Absolutely.
Even though you know that if they're in a great mood, it might throw them off for their game.
Great mood? What is that? I don't know what that is. I'm unfamiliar with said topic.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to know that I did come into the booth at one point this morning, and my phone that was on its stand was now no longer on its stand, and the stand was flipped over a little bit, as if someone got angry at the surrounding areas.
Everything was back in place by the time you got back in here. Nothing happened.
I love it. No, honestly, the stress that goes into this for everyone involved, except for me. I have the easiest job, and I'm not even including you in that, AE, because while commentary is an easy job, you're not just a commentator any weekend. You're co-tournament director. You got 8 different hats on that you're trying to deal with at one time. So I'm happy to be the happiness surrounding you.
Oh, please do, sir. Please be the happiness that we need. We're not the happiness we deserve. You're the happiness we need.
Oh, my goodness. Fawcett back on 3-1-3. Not going to pressure really at all here. So Rousseau has some time with the 186.
Justin kind of knew he was in a bad spot there,
Oh, yeah.
but yet he doesn't go to 80% of an open board. But I think it's just there's days when it's just not clicking, and
it could have been in warm up. You're just like, oh man, I don't have a feel for this at all. And those are never good warm ups to have. It's why it's better just to show up and see what happens. In my point of view.
you never know. I completely understand the point because it could be a case of you have some fantastic time on the practice board. Things do feel well, but the 2 biggest words in sports are game on. It completely changes it changes you physically, changes you psychologically. We saw 5-1 out of Sean Mitchell picking up the W on our Stream 2 board. Next up to close out the first salvo of games there is Beecroft and Hicks.
Yeah, Hossy Hicks and Joe Beecroft.
Well, we're halfway through. They're putting a cap on the first round.
Well, and Stefan Rousseau does take it out. The 101 finish from him. A 5-2 victory over Justin Fawcett. He bested him by 10 on the overall average, and honestly, Rousseau still shot well to win that. Fawcett's going to say how horrible his average is and all this, and how he didn't play very well, but let's give Rousseau some credit. He brought 7 points on his average and shot very well.
Absolutely, yeah. A good one of those got through my first round. Let's build on that moments for Stefan Rousseau, right?
Well, there are two people that come to mind when you say Larry Legend. The first is Larry Bird, who is let's be honest, he's a legend in Indiana. However, the second is the Eagle, Larry Butler. And
his son is watching us through the big bay window, wondering.
That legend is coming up next, so stay tuned. We'll be right back with more from the Boomerang Tours Fiesta right after this.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Boomerang Fiesta.
Here for this top 64 match of the Boomerang Tours Fiesta, and it is between the legend Larry Butler, and he is taking on Kylie Edmonds. I'm joined by the great Anthony Eugenia. AE, tell me a little bit about this one.
Pretty good matchup here. I mean, I'm going to tell you every match is going to be a good match, but let's be honest.
But why are you truthful about this one?
Well, I mean, Butler's always got it in his locker to have a complete resurgence, right? We saw him fall in the first event earlier today, right? But Larry's got a history of rebounding from those spots to actually go pretty far. So it's sort of like, Butler's always a major threat, obviously, based on his history, his pedigree, and the whole deal. Edmonds is a multiple Continental Cup finalist. He's participated in the cross-border challenge, and he's got serious chops. So, this is truly potentially a big-time matchup based on their resumes and based on what we've seen them do before. So,
yeah, two gentlemen that have been around for quite a while here in the CDC. Of course, Larry Butler since the beginning. Kylie Edmonds came into the tour in 2019. He does have a couple semi-appearances, including a Continental Cup semifinal appearance where he lost 7-2 to Danny Lobby, I believe the eventual champion that year in 2019.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was one of the better matches that year.
He also semifinalist in 2020, losing to Jacob Taylor, who was the champion in he came in second that year, to Taylor. So yeah, a lot of great play. However, it's been a little bit of time since Kylie has made it to a semifinal, or last time he made even a quarterfinal was Event 7 in Brownsburg in 2022. So looking to kind of get back to that old form, which he's playing someone who has absolutely done that in his time after a very, very severe health issue. And they both go bull, of course.
Yeah, talking about old form.
I don't mean old in that way. Don't get me in trouble out there in the hallway. I already called him a legend twice. I already know I'm going to get yelled at for that.
Yeah, the missus doesn't like that.
Well, it looks like it's going to be. Well, they're still bowling up, and if this match is as good as this bowl race, we're in for a good one. That one was round the outside.
Round the outside.
All right, Kylie wins the match. That's all we were doing for this, guys. All right, the next match is going to feature. I'm just kidding. As we got the great Sarah Stolinas in there, is going to be our board official for this one. You want to talk about a hard worker? Sarah shows up, doesn't complain about a single thing, even though she has a whole bunch of aches and pains by the end of this. She is one of the best roadies we have, and one of the best new staff members that we could add. And I do want to take a second to give our well wishes and everything to Sarah's really close friend and one of our other staff members this season, Anita Patrick, who lost her granddaughter 2 days ago in a very heartbreaking fashion. So our prayers are with Caroline and Caroline's family, and of course for Anita, and that they get everything they need to get out of it.
Yeah, thank you very much for those words, Sean. Our sentiments from the entire company. Heartbreaking developments.
Anita was originally supposed to be with us this weekend, so that was a very devastating thing for the staff, of course, just to have her here, but also we wish that the family all the best in this very heartbreaking time.
All right, we're underway, and the players got 9 darts after a bull shot
So
to
here we
reset
go.
themselves, and away we go here. And yeah, we've got a mix of staff members and players that keep score on the feature board based on need. Sometimes
96.
out on the tournament floor, we don't have everybody available, so the players do what they do normally. That's how the tournament runs. It's a loser scores event, and so when you're out there on the tournament
43.
floor, if you're eliminated, you stay on the board and you keep score. It's just the way things work.
Well, AE, let's take a second to talk about some of the great things the Boomerang Tours Fiesta,
134.
or the Boomerang Tours Costa Rica can bring you. They have 3 fantastic, large fishing boats, including the
96.
Boomerang, which is a
No,
custom-centered
96.
console 27-foot Panga fishing boat ready for any inshore, offshore, sport fishing, or sunset cruising in Potrero, Costa Rica. Fully equipped with top-of-the-line
95.
gear, Garmin GPS, fish finder, private bathroom, live well. This trusty fishing boat is perfect for all levels of anglers. So that's just that
60.
lowest level, AE.
There's your lowest level, folks.
It goes up to a 35-foot Cabo Express called the Victory. And then how about the Sapphira is a 4-bed, 4-bath, 46-foot
57.
fountain Pajot catamaran. Huge and fantastic. So, guys, reach out to Boomerang Tours Costa Rica. You're going to come back.
140.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get the CEO of the company to authorize the yearly Championship Darts
Still
Corporation
on.
meeting in Costa Rica.
98. 36. Or 38. Oh, just on the inside of the double 19. So Kylie's going to go look here with his own throw. Needs 1 treble. Yeah, and I feel like we have connections to that we should be able to
57.
figure that out, I think.
Someday.
He says we're always welcome, but then,
When you actually show up on someone's doorstep, it's like,
After you
who?
say you're always welcome.
You're who? What?
3.
Okay, let's see what else is going on.
Oh, no, misses a big number, so it's only going to be 1 dart at tops.
40.
And he did not need only 1 double at tops. So the Eagle comes back double 8 to break right away. And when it's a race to 5, you need that break a throw, and you get it right away. It helps, but he does not get it. Reprieve for Edmonds. A little double trouble early on, and I'm going to be honest with you, AE.
Game shot.
That was the storyline from Larry's first-round match earlier today. His first 9 average was somewhere in the high 80s. He ended up with a 65 average. And that tells you all you need to know about how many doubles are missed there.
Sure.
And plus, I got that information straight from James himself.
45.
So it's all his fault.
If
it's
there's
wrong.
anybody that's going to track Larry Butler matches, it's one James Butler.
But if you want to find out info about the Boomerang Tours
125.
Fiesta, just email info@Boomerang Tourscr. That's BOOMERANGTOURSCR.com to book any boat.
85.
And I'm just going to keep hitting on all these so that
So you get
maybe that company
until you
likes
get
me
a
a
free
lot,
trip?
and then maybe a free trip out of it.
Well, we need a consultant. Like Sean's got
Tell him Sean Green sent you.
46.
Sean Green's got to go down,
Championship Darts Corporation.
experience everything, just to make sure everything's on a okie dokie.
I mean, you would think that I'd be a really good
100.
commercial provider if I've actually experienced it.
You would
I'd be like, hands down, I had the greatest time. I can't say that now because I haven't had that greatest time yet.
All right, we'll see what we can do for 2025.
How about a 171 from the legend, who is no stranger to being able to score on that bottom of the board? And that's 2 in there.
Yeah, we saw, if memory serves, you bring up the 19s. Was it weekend 2, right?
Yep.
Larry sort of put the 19 switch on and then didn't miss him for like a solid 45
40.
minutes, right?
But we've talked about it. The scoring has not been an issue. It's been this right here.
Game shot.
And he gets that double. Only needed the 3, so he'll take the 1-1 score line.
140.
And he's typically a very good finisher. So if that's what's causing him issues here, he's just that little fix away at his thing that he's usually pretty strong at from having a very good tournament because he's scoring better than he typically has.
60.
Take a look out on the tournament floor.
Yeah,
Davey
tell us what's
Main.
going on. Ooh.
Davey Main picks up a W over the 16 seed Jake McMillan, Captain Canada. Goes down to defeat.
117.
Ross Snook moves through. Doug Boehm moves through.
I'm still impressed by the Dan Benner 5-4 comeback on
140.
Sestefano. He was down 4-1 in that one.
Jason Brandon, Jacob Taylor all advance. I'm trying to pick out seeds first. Warnock, we saw Mawson in front of our eyes. Jake Womack
79.
defeated Jeff Steinberg 5-0. Seeds that, let's see, Joey Linall, the 12 seed,
85.
went down to defeat to Sean Mitchell 5-1. Jim Long 5-4 to Rick Allred. And as we mentioned, McMillan. So there's sort of a scenario of what was,
91.
what's going on right now. Nice little matchup that if you were with us all day, Chris. Say
Well,
it.
that was the way you do it.
Chris Maharg.
Actually, it is Mahue. Maharg.
Maharg, okay. Chris
Yep.
Maharg, Jacob Schaefer. We
Yep.
saw both of them earlier. They're out on the floor. Chris up 4-0. So kind of a cool thing of having different players come on the feature board. We've had some context. We've seen their faces.
We did just see Kylie Edmonds make it 2-1, cleaned up nicely on the finish.
140.
Nice 140 from Edmonds. Continue, my friend.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Sean. Yeah, I've got my head
No, you're good.
face down in the laptop looking at these results. And Colin Rath right now down to Nick McCoy, an
180.
associate player.
Well, that's a 180 from Larry Butler.
There you go.
46.
We'll mention Michael Wynn getting the victory over Kiefer Durham. It's a good win for him. Brian Finland over Edward Pope,
180.
our affiliate. How about the second 180 of the leg from the Eagle? And we mentioned the scoring power that's been there.
100.
Again, if he gets his strong point of his game figured out here, and he gets through this match against a very tough Kylie Edmonds, but that looked pretty good. 11 darter from Larry Butler.
Sharp looking 11 dart leg from Butler to tie us up at 2 legs apiece.
He said, "You can call me a legend, but that legend continues to grow."
96.
The legend has not, the tale has not been completely told.
You know what they say. Heroes are remembered,
80.
but legends never die. And that's a third 180 in as many scoring legs or scoring rounds that Larry Butler's had. That's 3 straight.
45.
He's thrown 11 perfect darts. 12 to perfect darts.
125.
13 of his last 14 darts have been exactly where he's wanted them to be.
85.
My goodness. You know what's better than an 11 darter? A 10 darter.
Just a bit better. It's one.
Oh, he almost left the single, the double 8. But on track again for a potential 11 dart. This time break a throw.
It's 1 dart better.
I was hoping to tee it up before it needed to be knocked down.
31.
He'll be back. Not going to worry about that. In the driver's seat to break the throw of Kylie Edmonds in a very, very
95.
important leg in leg number 5 here in the first of 5. And yes, I just forgot to say the word important.
Mm-hmm.
And he
20.
can't hit the doubles again. And Kylie Edmonds going to get a look. tops to steal this one and hold his throw. That would have been
85.
not devastating for Larry because that's not the right word, but that would have been an opportunity lost for sure.
It would have left a bruise.
Yep.
After giving it back with the potential break.
Game shot.
Doesn't matter.
He gets it, right?
Takes a 3-2 lead, and he's up to throwing to make it 4-2. Again, 13 of 14 darts were perfect there for Larry Butler.
95.
$180, 46,
140.
then 180, 125.
$140.
I'm really liking the way that Butler's playing right now.
60.
This was the Butler we were worried about, right?
Now this is the Butler we're going to need, or he's going to need to be, depending on who wins the Adam Savadah
140.
Douglas DMcKelly match. Because if it is Douglas DMcKelly, then that means he's shooting phenomenal too in order for that to happen.
99.
So Butler has 6 from 126, so he does not need to go about it the 19 way. That's why he
Single.
didn't.
$54.
He just did a magic spell there with his dart before shooting it. Edmonds put some pressure on with a 140. 72 is going to get a look first, but if it doesn't hit, the 62 is waiting. If it doesn't hit, double 12 goes, and it's a 14 dart hole to throw right after.
Smoking hot from Butler.
He's laying the boom in this Boomerang Tours Fiesta.
And these guys haven't
140.
played a ton, but it's been tight historically between them, and in circuit events it's 3-2 to Butler, overall 3-3. So there's a major event, a special event there that Edmonds in one of the U.S. Masters qualifiers. So on the tour itself proper, Butler is 3-2 ahead of Edmonds, and they met in just this past weekend too. Last time here in Oak Brook in July. So some recent, and Larry Butler got that one 5-1. So Edmonds looking for a little payback.
140.
That's a nice 140 there from Edmonds. Sitting on 121 after 9. Butler having a terrible leg. He should switch now. He doesn't.
81.
But after 9 darts, not even on to finish. That's ridiculous. Edmonds goes the bullseye route. Treble 20 would have left 36. Now 76 remains, so he'll come back with double 8.
105.
Butler back on 2-2-1. And for anyone that just heard me do all that, just know that it is not math that I just did. That is just
82.
understanding all of the...
It's dart stuff.
Yep, all of the foundation of what you're hitting to leave. Double 8.
No score.
And he does not get it. Can Butler hit a one? He can hit a 139 to win a match. Is he going to do it here? Oh. I think he was a corner pocket away from probably doing it.
So that was an interesting way to go, right?
Mhm.
Going straight off to just sort of seal it down to a even 100.
Bust.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, big burst from Kylie Edmonds.
And he's going to get 2 darts here for the
That is
match.
triple.
24. 24. 28. And Butler hits it to win the match. I was so good up until that moment. But Larry Butler was good, including that moment.
Great.
5-2 victory.
Tell you any
I'm
different.
telling you right now, Larry Butler missed a lot of doubles in that match and still averaged 94.
Yeah.
If he continues
exactly.
that scoring prowess, whoever gets through the next matchup, Adam Savadah, DMcKelly is going to have issues.
And right on time there, Tom Holmes in our staff group from our stats department gives us the report that Butler was 5 for 17 for a 29% average. So just to make your case there that average actually belies a good amount of doubles missed. So that's even more impressive.
Absolutely. And, man, what a good opening few matches here. The Boomerang Tours Fiesta. Weekend number 3 here in Chicago, Illinois.
Yep, we're going to stay with everybody while Savadah and, DMcKelly.
Yep.
DMcKelly. Say, everybody out there say it with me so we can all practice. DMcKelly.
DMcKelly.
DMcKelly. Young Douglas is going to...
we're just going to call him Double D.
Double D. Going to knock heads with Adam Savadah as we do a little housekeeping in here. Let's
Double D, Douglas DMcKelly. Come on now. You tell me that's not it. But look at this, guys.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Big.
I was just going to ask production for that slide. I thought we had just come off the floor, so let's hold off a look at the floor. Let's talk about gaming, right?
Yeah, big news starting this year.
And right on cue here comes Adam Savadah, because I'm sure he's convinced that every time he visits the commentary booth, it brings him a little bit of luck. So
well, he's 1 for 2 on that.
He's
so.
1 for 2.
Well, it's whoever you want it to be. It's your choice. Oh, my goodness. Head on over to nxtbets.com/playcdc to get signed up now to take advantage of all sportsbook sign-up bonuses. That is right there in one location. It's a really cool connection that is made for a lot of different of our sports books, which, again, has been a weird frustration at times. It's definitely been a lot more frustrating than I'm sure our principals really wanted it to be, but eventually the payoff of this, as long as all of you fans listening in that are 21 years or older and that do not have a gambling problem, and if you do, call 1-800-GAMBLER, to get involved. It is the most bet-on sport outside the U.S. is darts because of how much fun it is to bet on. So I'm just saying,
get
involved.
Yep, and if you can check nxtbets.com/playcdc to see if there's offers in your state available. We're authorized in 20 states, and I just found out between events also in Ontario.
Nice.
So if you're based up in Ontario, we're approved for gaming up in Ontario, and it's about the bookmakers, what they call hanging odds on our tournaments. So if you don't see in your state, would you just tell Adam Savadah? Yeah, exactly. I was going to let Adam Savadah know that we're live, and we're only vamping so we could
wait for him
to play. So the more he hangs out here, the less chance we're going to get to see his
I wrote
match
on my notepad,
started.
Go play, and just showed it to him.
Yeah. So if you don't see odds, from these providers that you like to play through in your state, please contact them. Let them know you're a fan of darts, you're a fan of gaming, and you want to see action on championship darts circuit games, right?
Absolutely.
It will go a long way. We're doing our part to get authorized in as many states as possible, and like I said, it's 20 states, and and we can all take this thing to the next level, have a lot of fun, and taking our shot at predicting, winners of matches, who's going to win events, and, all of that cool stuff that comes with this adventure.
And just like you great fans that are listening in right now that are frustrated that we're not available in your state, that want us there, I'm telling you, we're just as frustrated to get there as well, and we're in the same boat. The payoff for this at the end of the day is going to be massive. Once we get those little weird fine lines hammered out. But until then, you got to help us out here. Go to nxtbets.com/playcdc to get signed up for offers.
Yeah, and, if you're not yet set up in your state, still register.
Yep.
Register through that. Set up an account. Let them know that you're out there. Let them know that you're interested. See what sign-up bonuses that they have. A lot of cool stuff. Great people that we're involved in. And, like I said, we're all sort of, on the same adventure to bring you
this great coverage.
Yeah, great coverage and, a chance to
to add gaming to the side of it.
Yeah, to game on North American darts, which
It's
is
so cool.
Quite honestly, it's something people never thought that they would see. So it's been pretty neat.
It's either something that no one ever thought they'd see, or that people just think that you can just be like, "Hey, is it okay if we just set up wagering for this?" And they're like, "Yeah." They're like, "All right, cool." And that's all it takes. When in reality, it is a multiple year commitment just to even get it figured out. And that was something that took some while. Hey, real quick, I just want to point out, we have Stowe Bunce up 3-0 on Dustin Holt outside. He's averaging 102.5. David Cameron, Jeff Springer were both over 100 until that last leg that just came in, but that's a 2-1 Cameron lead over Springer. And talk about a terrible draw to get a top 32 match against Jeff Springer for David Cameron, our number 2 seed. So Ross Nook up 3-0 on John Steinhofer, and then a 4-4 scoreline top 64 for Joey Beecroft and Hossie Hicks, which you can find right now on streaming board number 2.
Yes. And I hear players in there warm up.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, partner,
Yep.
you see we've got a little equipment thing that I'm going to address. So
Do your thing.
I will step away just for 2 minutes and see if I can get us solved.
So Douglas DMcKelly, earlier in Charlotte, played on the Evolution Tour, and he won all 3 Evolution Tour events for the weekend. Swept them. There were only 3. He won them. So he is right now currently first in the Evolution Tour standings. He's only played in 2 CDC events. He played weekend number 1 in Indianapolis. He missed, obviously, the weekend number 2 because he was in Charlotte doing his thing there. His 9-dart average will be something that he's going to want to pick up here in this one. And if you're going to pick it up, it's going to be someone like Adam Savadah, who is just going to be consistently hammering those trebles. We'll see what happens. But out there as well, Leonard Gates up 3-0 on Dan Binner. And then a couple other matches getting ready to get going here, guys. Sean Green, Anthony Eugenia is my partner in the booth. Bring you some great action. Once again here, the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. And again, let me tell you about Zafira, the 4-bed, 4-bath, 46-foot fountain pageant catamaran. Ready to raise the sails for a private tour up to 40 people, or welcome guests that will hop aboard and make new friends on their open tour. Whether you're looking for an adventure tour, relaxing day on the Pacific, or to party under our disco lights at night, Zafira can help customize any experience you want. Enjoy freshly prepared food on board with local flavors and a mostly full bar with our natural juices and Coca-Cola products. Again, Boomerang Tours, you'll come back. Just email info@boomerangtourscr.com. That's boomerangtourscostarica.com to book any boat. You can also do that on WhatsApp, 506-8315-937. Talk to someone directly.
I'm back.
And we are joined once again by the great Anthony Eugenia.
I don't know if I've solved our equipment issue, but I was given some things to try. So
Sweet.
Let's see.
Maybe one of those things can also plug into my phone, since you have multiple different options. But we'll figure it out. All right.
Modern technology, folks. You need like 17 chargers and 25 ports.
So, Mr. DMcKelly went to Huntsville, Alabama to just see what he could do with the qualifier. CDC Q School qualifier. He was happy to be on the Evolution Tour this year. Excited to be there. He goes on and gets top 4 and qualifies for his CDC Tour card. So currently an Evolution Tour player and CDC Tour card holder. He just adds to a very impressive list of young talent who has been able to have a good Evolution Tour career and then come on over to the CDC and try his best against the best. It's what we're trying to grow.
We couldn't be happier about that. I mean, that's obviously the goal, right? Is to put players in an environment and an experience that would, give them a leg up to move to that next phase, right? And that's what the Evolution is meant to be. It's a straight replication of what you see here with the CDC.
Yep.
Long format, 7, 9s, 11s. Dress code, the whole thing. So
Absolutely.
it's a deliberate preparation to come play these players. And
for this 20-year-old, it is endless experience that you wouldn't have otherwise.
yeah, I mean, DMcKelly, Durham, Lennar, Stefano, Womack,
Nickel.
I was trying to think of even just the field today.
Oh, yeah. I gotcha.
I mean, that's the first 5
Yep.
are all playing today. I'm trying to think of,
Yep.
what we've seen come to fruition. Yes, of course. Gavin Nichol's got a tour card, has competed on the circuit. Trying to
Larry
think.
Butler. I'm just kidding.
Larry Butler. There's no Evolution Tour.
He would have. If there would have been, he would have.
Quite honestly.
19 what?
36.
All right. Sharon, that was from AE, not me.
Send all complaints to P.O. Box, I don't care, at 456.
All right. Here is Adam Savadah getting us started.
Now we're getting loopy, and it's not even that late in the event.
That's all right. It's match 13 for us, so we're able to do that.
We need some throat lozenges this evening.
There you go.
Hot tea and lozenges because I'm about to lose it.
All right, Savadah getting going. We saw him come out firing in round 1 and then found himself frustrated with outside things that kind of just affected the way he played in match number 2. And I'm going to be honest with you, no matter what you have going on or what you have going on around you, and I'd say this to him personally, if both players are dealing with the same exact conditions, then it's about how you play through those conditions.
While we watch Douglas play, it's a perfect opportunity to sort of give a acknowledgement and a shout out to our youth director, Miss Erin Quinn.
Heyo.
Erin does great work with the Junior and Evolution Tour. Is an on-site tournament director as you travel around the country. So she was in Charlotte in July, actually the same weekend we were here.
Yep.
And Douglas sort of approached her, and he was real cute about it. He's like, am I in trouble for not going to the main tour? And she was like, no, this is where we want you to be. This is Evolution first and foremost.
I was going to say, for DMcKelly, the main tour for him this year has got to be that Evolution Tour. This is a bonus that he got a CTC Tour card, and I think that he made the absolute right decision to go to Charlotte. He won all 3 Evolution Tour events, so
without a doubt. I mean, and that's what we, if we were asked about it prior, 2 10s,
2 5s, or is he going to bust it? You can't bust it with 147 left, can you?
He's going to, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Split it.
Pardon us for
Still
not
not
thinking
as
about
good,
that.
but
Not bust to go all the way back, but to set himself up for much more comfortable. And he knows who he's playing, young man, no disrespect, but, pressure's on Douglas.
I'm going to say
147, so.
I'm going to say there might not be any disrespect met there, but if you're DMcKelly, you got to take it as he doesn't think I can hit 147.
Well, certainly.
And you know what? That can do one of 2 things. Either you're going to hit the 147 and prove him wrong, or just like what just happened, it might get in his head now they didn't hit the 147.
You know what, though? But that's going back to I don't know if it was the opening of this event or at the end of the last event, we talked about playing the board and playing the player. That's playing the player, right? That's saying this is the way of the world. It's the way of competition. There's experience and there's inexperience. So, hey, kid, here you go. Take your 147, and what can you do with it? And, hey, tip of the cap, you beat me on it. You call my bluff, then fine. But I'm going to put the pressure on you.
I would say the only way that I would say that can sometimes also not be the case of playing the player versus playing the board is if, say, your opponent has 167 left and you're always teeing it up every time, then you're not playing the player anymore. You're playing the board. Like someone like Micah McGurwan will do that, even though he's playing the best an absolute best in the world that he's watched many times at a 167 checkout live on stage. He will still tee it up because it's such a small opportunity or small chance of him hitting that 167 in that moment. You got to play the percentages, just like you do in most things like poker
and golf.
Even baseball, right? What's the percentage that they're going to hit an outside pitch versus an inside pitch? You play all of that. But this is also a sport where a 20-year-old can be at the same exact opportunity as a 68-year-old. And that's the beauty of the sport.
Yeah, I mean, there really has not been too many age barriers. I mean,
the greatest player in the world right now is 17. I'll say it.
Well, I mean, I wasn't going in that direction. I was going. I'll get to that part in my mind. But say traditionally, there hasn't been a sort of cap. Whereas other sports, boom, first dart for Adam Savadah
13
to take
dart
a
break.
2-0 lead. You got. I'll say it. I like how you say that. And I'll do the same thing. I'll say it. Sports that are more physical, you have more of a. You're 30, or 35, or 40, like that's deemed old, But you've seen players in our chosen sport, some of the all-time greats, hit their strides, 38 to 45-ish, and then still have good, solid careers into their 50s. I mean, you still have good players in Gary Anderson and Raymond Van Barneveld still playing at world-class levels in their 50s, right?
And those players that don't just continue at that level, they'll create a whole new higher level at that age.
Yeah.
You saw that with Peter Wright. Almost was late in his age when he got back on tour, where he had to make a final or else he was going to be done playing darts professionally. And now he's a 2-time world champion, winning his first after the age of 50.
But part of the reason of why the sort of older age bracket was more in vogue is before the JDCs and the sort of like standardizing and real push for young development, right?
The boom of youth darts.
People didn't play in a serious fashion until they were later.
Yep.
A lot of times traditionally into your 20s. So it wasn't until you were 27, 28 that you realized, hey, I have an aptitude for this. I'm going to compete at a high level, and it took you a couple of years to gain the experience at a professional level. So boom, you get to 35, and now you've really matured as a world-class player, right?
Absolutely.
And then you go on your run from 35 to 55. But now on the front end of it, with the explosion of the JDC and its expansion with us and other parts of the world, to have kids at 14 and
32.
16.
Pins the 110 checkout for Adam Savadah.
Bingo.
Takes a 3-0 lead now, and he's going to go about his business, that's for sure. And this is one of those things that we talked about earlier, where it's okay to play the player, but you notice what he's not playing the player on is how the player is playing. He's averaging 96 versus a 58, which is very difficult to do, honestly.
Absolutely. No, I mean, there's always skill sets to learn, right? And that's one of them, to stay focused, composed, and driven when your opponent is not pushing you, right?
Absolutely.
To cleanly finish off a match 4, 5, 6-0 when your opponent's not pushing you with anything, and keep yourself at a high level.
I'm going to see if our production can show us that kind of side camera view for DMcKelly's throw. Because I think he stands very straight on. You can't see it, but his stance is very Dimitri Vandenberg, where his feet are pretty close together.
Mm-hmm.
Something you just don't see very often, where just all the balance is kind of straight up. Usually you have that back foot step back a little bit, and it's more of just a kickstand, so to speak. So it's interesting to see.
There you go. There's your shot. Well done. Bravo,
it
guys.
does kind of stick out a little bit. You're right. But shoulder-wise, he's very straight on. He definitely stands on the left side of the Aki there. Just not as traditional as you get, but it works very well for him. And it's because the top half is always great.
I'm an old guy. I'm a dinosaur. Now I remember that was old school to be a little more compact with your feet a little closer together, because I know the exact stance you're talking about. And there's always been different philosophies on, believe it or not, folks, controversy about how to even place your front foot. Like right there, Adam Savadah is at a 45-degree angle, right? People will tell you if you take your heel and compact it against the Aki at a 90-degree angle, you've actually saved yourself 2 inches of throwing space. These are the conversations it's a game of millimeters and sub-inches. So to have a conversation that saves your energy 2 inches, people take it seriously, but those are the discussions that are had.
18 tops for a 4-0 lead. Will he return, or will DMcKelly get his first leg on the board?
You would see players, 2 of the all-time greats of yesteryear. Let's see.
Bullseye. That's a good dart.
I could hear everybody saying, "Come on, kid, put this one away."
Again, just 20 years young. And let's not feel too bad for him. He is number 1 on the Evolution Tour standings right now.
Yes, please. Yeah, let's go. Let's get back. Well, no, we'll get back to that. Why that's important.
Tell me why that's
so
important.
Adam, I was just gonna say. I guess we got our shot right here.
Yep.
Adam taking him to school, but you know, we talked about him, going to our Evolution First weekend, and there's opportunities. We send, 2 players from each nation, 2 from the U.S., 2 from Canada, and they go play in the Winmore PDC World Youth Championship. So not only does the Evolution Tour, have events, a little bit of prize money, a championship to play for, a prestigious title, but an opportunity to truly rub elbows with the best of the best players age 23 and under,
It gave a lot of our Joey Lanal and PJ Stewart opportunities to take on someone like a Luke Lidler.
I thought that's where you go. For people who maybe aren't connecting the dots, the PDC World Youth Championship, that's you just talked about Dimitri Vandenberg.
Yep.
He won that back-to-back years. Luke Humphreys, Michael Smith, Luke Littler is the reigning champion. These are those players that competed in that same event and won it. So, we're sending players to be in the same bracket, in the same room as those players that
Absolutely.
we just mentioned.
Joey Lanal tells me all the time how many times he's beaten Luke Lidler in real life on a board, and that's now arguably the best player in the world right now. And it's cool that we give opportunities to where, listen, I've never beat Luke Lidler, and I've never gotten those opportunities to even face him before. So really cool for the Evolution and Youth Tours here for the CDC, just to kind of grow that game just a little bit more in a great way. Because back in the day, you said it, I think, a little bit. Unless you knew someone who owned a bar or your parents played, you weren't really playing darts as a youth player until you got to a certain age.
Yeah, we were working to try and change that. It's still
and that's all we got.
To a large degree, it's the way it is.
Yep.
But the more opportunities that can be built, and more, this past June in New York City, when the PDC U.S. Masters was in town, the JDC came in and did a seminar on opening academies. So, folks, if you're out there, if you think that, if you have an aptitude to teach and to be a mentor, to sort of have a true academy that's similar to a karate academy or chess club or track club, but darts for young players, there's a road to that, and there's a roadmap and a support system through the Junior Darts Corporation and the Championship Darts Corporation to give you support. So if that's something you're interested in, you definitely email us at info@champdarts. But those are the things where you train up players to have a different mindset about the game and learn at a much younger level.
Overall, I've been very impressed with the way DMcKelly has played in this match. It's average-wise, he's not going to be happy. I know that. I know, obviously, result that just finished there 5-0 Adam Savadah. I know he's not going to be happy about that. However, what he needs to always remember as he leaves that Aki is that was just experience playing one of the best in the country that you never would have gotten otherwise.
He just played a player who was on stage at MSG, who was mixing it up with the best PDC professionals on the planet. So just, by extension, that's that's experience that you can't buy. You have to go through the experience to gain the knowledge.
And I promise you, Douglas, I will never ask you how to pronounce your last name again from this point forward.
Everybody out there, say it with me.
DMcKelly.
DMcKelly.
Yep. So
Bravo,
there you go.
young man.
Adam Savadah moves on. Let's talk about that real quick. He gets Larry Butler in the top 32 match. That's going to be a doozy of one.
Oh, yeah. We're coming back after this commercial break with 2 great last 32 matches. Gary Mawson, Stefan Rousseau, and
Larry
Sean
Butler.
just said Larry Butler and Adam Savadah.
Well, we appreciate everyone joining us here at the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. It's been a party so far. It'll be a party when we return, so don't be back. Or don't be back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more from the Boomerang Tours Fiesta right after this.
Hey, hey, hey.
Or
Won't you take me for a ride? I love the feeling of the wind in my hair while it's beating. On the highway down by the sea, we go on and on and on. Listen to us tears go by in the very first summer night, and we know it has just started. On and on. When you close your eyes, do you feel alive? You know I'm going crazy for you tonight.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Welcome back. You're watching the Boomerang Fiesta.
Thank you so much, Jim. Welcome back. I'm Sean Green, play-by-play commentator for this 2024 Boomerang Tours Fiesta, live in Chicago, Illinois. This is our first top 32 match on stream, and it features the Mauler, Gary Mawson, take on the Quebec native, Mr. Stéphane Rousseau. This is a great top 32 battle between the Mauler and Stéphane, and it should be a good one. I'm joined once again by the great Anthony Eugenia, AE.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like being out to dinner. We've had our appetizers, and we saw Mawson take Leedy 5-4, Rousseau take Fawcett 5-2, Butler over Edmonds 5-2, and Savadah just took out
Douglas DMcKelly.
5-0. So we're moving on to the next course, right? Things get deeper and richer and more interesting, and we've got the last 32 matches, both tasty contests. We know the potential of all of these guys is pretty darn high, and, getting us kicked off here is Mawson and Rousseau.
Rousseau on tour this year is averaging right around 70. However, he did raise that average in the first match up at a 77, or 78, which was 16th overall, and not much different than Gary Mawson's 81. Mawson's first 9 average was a 98, and that is compared to Rousseau's 89.
And no history between these two guys from a CDC perspective. So we've seen a lot of that today. From my perspective, my take on that is the roster has expanded.
Yep.
Last couple of years we've put on more and more of these Q School events that we call them, chances to earn tour cards. The fields have gotten deeper. We're 10 years in now, and the first 5 years you got a lot. You saw a lot more of the standard, parts and Butlers and Youngs and Fathoms and
absolutely,
and the first wave of players playing each other a lot more often. There's a lot more names, and the roster is a lot deeper, so we don't see as many histories as there once were. Histories are being built, right?
Slowly but surely, my friend. Well, the history of Gary Mawson, former UK Open finalist. So he's had a lot of success overseas as well as here locally. The only player to play in every Continental Cup Tour finals since the inaugural in 2015. Right now, more than solidified in that
pantheon.
In that for this year as well.
Oh yeah, going in with weekend number 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Huge.
Firmly planted in the prospects of qualifying for the Continental Cup. And we talked about in weekend 2 when he won, in my opinion, the pantheon of CDC greats. He's when we covered Gates this morning, we talked about what our database looks like for him. Gary Mawson is similar. You go year after year. It's similar to Gates and some other players. Gary plays everything. We see players missing here and there. Gary shows up.
Yeah.
Gary shows up and competes and goes deep. And, it's scroll after scroll.
He might go double-double here. He did try double-double. Rousseau, an opportunity with his own throw. 32 left. And he pins it first start. So Rousseau takes a 1-0 lead. First to 5 legs here in the last 32 against the Mauler, Gary Mawson. I know you briefly touched on it, but Mawson, weekend number 2, won event number 3, then made the semifinal in event number 4, and then made the quarterfinal on Sunday in event number 5. That includes 3 board wins for him, which if you get 3 board victories in a weekend, you're feeling pretty good about that weekend because that's the first goal. The first goal is to get to the next match, the last 16, which is the board final match. One of these two gentlemen will play against either Larry Butler or Adam Savadah for that. Because at least you made it out of the gauntlet that is whatever quarter of your bracket.
Exactly. That's the big hurdle, right? That's as the event starts, it's who's on my board. I got to get out of my board. Once I get out of my board, then I got to get out of my quadrant. And when I got to get out of my quadrant, then I got to get out of my either top half or the second half of my bracket, right? And that's just
there's a lot of great players here, but only 7 of them can also be in that spot.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to compete against 60. You've got to compete against 7 other players on your board.
Yep.
And Mawson is, winning last month. That's 4 circuit event wins for him. He's also a former CDC match play champion and, of course, a CDC Continental Cup champion.
And now carrying the confidence of not just a former champion, but a recent champion.
It invigorates the soul.
Let's get you updated around the room in the top 32. Stowe Bunce defeated Dustin Holt 5-0 with a 95 average. Ross Snook 5-1 over John Steinhofer. Leonard Gates 5-1 over Dan Benner. Jason Brandon defeated Chris McHarg 5-0. Jacob Taylor dispatched Michael Wynn 5-2. David Cameron defeated Jeff Springer 5-3. So and Jeff Springer averaged 101.5 in that loss there to David Cameron. He only averaged 90. Steve Warnock 5-1 victory over Brian Finland. Spellman 5-1 victory over Humphreys. Robinson 5-4 over Cransell. Allred 5-2 continues his run of brilliance today over Sean Colo. And then John Part, 3-time world champion, 5-1 over Jake Womack, the 11 seed. Dispatched him with an 84 average, turning back the clock. And Stefan Rousseau almost took out that 156. So Mawson back with 40. Double 5. And he busts it by falling into the other double. So Stefan Rousseau, a chance to take a 2-0 lead early. And he splits again. And he busts it.
No triple out for Stefan Rousseau.
Oh, my goodness.
Needed 18, scored 18, but in the wrong fashion.
And we've seen him do that now twice, where the first dart's been outside of the double 9, and he's just gone for the split on dart 2. And I don't think that that's going to bother him that he made that choice. He just got unlucky and hit one of the 2 segments he couldn't hit there. But Mawson cleans it up.
Update on our second streaming board, Stream 2 over there on the second channel on PDC TV and Facebook. Right now, Sean Mitchell is playing Joe Beecroft, and they are playing for the right to face Jacob Taylor for that group final.
The Truth, a 5-0 victory in round 1 and the 5-2 victory in round 2. And again, starting to heat up a little bit. He went 80 average to 88 average. But this is the type of event where our seeds kind of tend to show up. They play in event number 1 of the weekend, and that's kind of you'll see how it's going to go. But now that you've gotten kind of settled in, you're not just arriving, even if you got here late or anything, you've gotten a chance to really kind of find your bearings, and that tends to be when the best come out.
I wonder if that's not accidental, if that's not coincidental, that we see that. Is that the experience of those players or the earned experience and knowledge gained by doing that multiple times and figuring out how to improve as the day goes on as opposed to dip?
I think that there is an aspect to it that is more of gained knowledge and gained experience. as you almost see it happen more so from our seasoned players, which are also going to be a lot of our seeded players, versus maybe some of our young incoming top players, so to speak. Like right now, John Part currently up 3-1 on Rick Allred. Trying to make his first quarterfinal in a while for John Part. It's great to see him back.
Now, let me look at the bracket, but I would hazard an educated guess that if John Part gets to a quarterfinal, that you will see him on camera, whether it's here or stream 2.
It better be here, okay?
And yeah, maybe
I don't get too many opportunities.
Maybe in private, I may.
Yeah. In public, I'm gonna
hold my breath.
It's gonna be double 15.
Is it allowed to hold my breath and jump up and down unless we get him on the feature board? Is that appropriate?
It is definitely appropriate.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
90 left for Mawson. This is for a break a throw. Gonna start on the 20s. No, he starts on the bullseye. More of aggressive play. Now he's gonna go back to the bullseye. It's a good lay. You just got to move over to the other side and just gets it off. He did not use it at all, though. It's a bold move, Cotton. It did not pay off for him. And
yeah, see, I like that a lot. I think that first dart, right? As long as you keep it in that 25 or a 50, it's a no lose.
Double 4, and nobody misses double 4.
Apparently not.
2-1 lead now for Rousseau. It's a hold a throw, and was it an opportunity gifted by Mawson a little bit? No, as Mawson threw the right dart, just missed it. Rousseau cleans it up, and we got a 2-1 scoreline.
So let's take a look. Let's see where the bracket, how things are playing out. Our feature board is, see how far behind we are. We're just entering the last 32. Stream 2 is, all right, just coming out of 32s. Let's see.
We have 2 affiliate tour players battling it out there in a last leg decider. Associates tour, sorry, my bad.
No,
it says
okay.
affiliate. It says affiliate player
it?
standings. That's why I've been saying it. But then it says associates list down here.
Yeah, okay, we'll have to get that updated. Yeah.
Associates list. I apologize. Now that I know that, I'm still going to mess it up.
But you know what? My apologies in all
you're
fairness.
good.
I see the header that you're reading. And
Nick
sometimes
McCoy,
these things
Davey
are-
Main, 4-4.
They're a work in progress, and they have working titles. And
That's okay. I'd rather you correct me and me say it correctly. 24 for a 2-2 scoreline. And unfortunately, we're going to miss the ballet so far, but he will be back. Rousseau on 180. Last 32 match, first to 5. Steady ton. Mawson's been finicky on the doubles, but not on double 6 there, and it's a 2-2 scoreline. Still on throw.
we expected this one to be a tight affair, and it's not disappointing. Maybe I wouldn't say, I'd say a little lower on the scoring, like on the average than we thought, but not a tremendous amount. Not a tremendous amount. I would have thought maybe mid-80s.
Yep.
Just in all fairness, no disrespect, just from what we saw on both of them in that first round. Like,
no, 100%.
They won, but they didn't win in sterling fashion.
No, Mawson had to come back from down 5-4, or from down 3-4 to win his. He only averaged 81 at the end of that. Rousseau, again, 78, which is exactly pretty much where they're standing currently. But I was saying earlier, this is the type of event where a Stowe Bunce, who got knocked out in his first match, can be like, okay, I guarantee that's not going to happen again. And he might roll through and win this whole thing tonight.
Well, that's a good, valid perspective as well. The sheer will of champions, right? To like, no, okay, you got me once. I'm not doing this again tonight.
John Pard up 5-1 on Rick Allred. That was Dikembe Mutombo'd there by the wire.
No.
So Rousseau, 6 darts at least at 120. The treble. Would have left a look at the 15 darter, but he'll take 60. Leave 60. Mawson would like to leave double 6. So 125 to put just a little bit of pressure on. Never going to hurt anything. Oh, no. And he misses the big number, so it's only 1 dart at a double. That tops. Is that going to hurt? It might. Mawson comes back with 67. Is that the moment in the match where the mistake turns the tide? Oh, we went.
Wow, Gary Mawson.
Treble 9 for tops, and he pins it in 2. Wow.
Love it.
Realistically, it's not a terrible shot. Still leaves a 2-dart combination if he leaves 58 after missing the single 9. But, yeah, you just don't see it happen as often. I was with our producer and camera work there on that one. And then fires out a 140. How often have we seen leg 5 kind of dictate a huge momentum shift in the match? Mawson just got life on a highway there. 66. You're liking my new one-liners, aren't you?
I do apologize. I need to get it. There's no fun in explaining a joke. I'm just not.
No, actually, I'm having great fun doing
that
it.
Sharp.
I'm having great fun doing so because I'm making them up as I go. I don't write those down.
This is not written material.
It's
I
not.
would have never have guessed.
Oh, it doesn't sound that professional. Okay, now I know. Awesome, back on 252. Only 85, so Rousseau, a chance to break right back. You'd have to think. He's looking for a couple trebles. Just put that pressure on. Mawson 167. We've already seen it on stream from the A to Z Darts Trophy. That was done by our champion of that event, Mr. Jim Long, in the semifinal. So not going to take out the 145. Just going to try and set it up, especially because Gary did not do very much, only 60 scored, but that not very much either. Kind of punting the setup to each other. Bullseye. I'm just kidding. He did go bullseye. What is Gary Mawson doing? I said that in a jestful way.
I think Gary feels like he's playing with house money.
I think so too. Treble 14. Well, he's getting away with it, which at the end of the day is all that matters. Double 16 for Mawson, unless he wants to split for some reason. No, he goes straight at it.
No, he goes straight at it, and I think he's okay with the risk-reward ratio, right? He's taken a shot. He knows he's got the ability to make it happen, and he's okay if it doesn't go in.
I kind of like the pizzazz of
The
recent champion
the
Gary
Jazzy
Mawson.
Mawson.
Yeah. I didn't know Gary was partial to Spirit Fingers himself, but so far there's been some sparkly checkout opportunities. Rousseau, though, in that patent position that if you're going to have a comeback, you kind of want to be in this spot to do so. You only have to break the throw once of Mawson, and you do have the dart in the last leg decider. But you just got to get to that point first. Which I know sounds so simple, AE, but it is not.
It's a piece of cake. When you put it that way,
Mawson currently 4 for 11 on doubles. Rousseau 2 for 7. And they're kind of just staying equal to each other on these checkout opportunities. Oh, look at this. Tops for the 139. Beautiful checkout for Rousseau.
the fist bump, the fist pump, holds his throw.
JTM.
Right, he's in a position to break Mawson and get to the Aki to sort of snatch this one away from Mawson.
You want to talk about gaining a little bit of momentum coming into this leg. The 139 is definitely going to do that. Yes, that is the only French that I remembered in my time was JTM.
What happened?
I don't know. That's weird. It's very weird.
Our Dark Connect just reset to Savadah.
Douglas just wanted to make him play again.
DMcKelly. Yeah,
He's up there. He's like, let me just sneak this in real quick. All right.
Oh, I'm up again. Yeah, I don't know. Let me go to a different device and see, because we were getting the Mawson game, correct?
Yep.
That's odd.
It might be just a little internet issue. Wouldn't surprise me.
So, folks, stay with us. Me and Sean will stay with you between the matches. We've got Butler Savadah up next, and we'll get you up to speed on what's going on the tournament floor, all the information, CDC perspective, what's to come this summer, all kinds of cool things happening here in North American long format darts, the championship dart circuit.
Rousseau did the math out correctly there, but unfortunately missed the big number. 104, but Mawson does not need to shoot at it, and he doesn't. So 44 left. Gary just sets himself up for the next time. Just a little tee up. Rousseau is trying to hit the 171 to leave 18. Mawson for the match. 3 match starts incoming. And he only needs one of them. Gary Mawson, 5-3 victory over Stéphane Rousseau. Gets the job done. Gary's in another top 16 match.
So will we see a classic CDC matchup in Gary Mawson versus Larry Butler, or will Adam Savadah crash the party here at the Boomerang Tours Fiesta? That's your next match coming up. Sean is going to give us an update of some goings-on the floor. One particular match that he's keeping tabs on, and then we'll regroup.
Yes,
and what do
right
we got there, sir? You deliver the news.
3-time world champion John Part just stopped the comeback of Rick Allred. 6-4 victory. And John Part is our first quarterfinalist. How about that?
I'm picking up my phone.
That's awesome stuff right there.
We're gonna put in a request. And our tablet here is
just giving up on us.
Dead. We need a priest.
So he will take on the winner of Alex Spellman, Jack Robinson. Will be John Part. Let's take you around the venue here real quick. Stillbunce Davy Main is the board final in Group 1. Group 2, Ross Snook, Doug Boehm. Group 3 is Leonard Gates, Jason Brandon. Whew. Group 4, Jacob Taylor, Sean Mitchell. Sean Mitchell making a run to the top 16.
He's still moving.
He also went to Putt Putt with me yesterday. David Cameron, Steve Warnock.
The magic continues.
Is your board final there in Group 5. We're seeing this one is going to be either Larry Butler and Adam Savadah taking on Gary Mawson in Group 6. And then I already said the Alex Spellman, Jack Robinson is your board final in Group 7.
Looks like there's a good chance we may just get to see John Part here on a feature board once we get past the last 16, then things open up a little bit. We get to shuffle around and see some new players in quarterfinals, and you just might be seeing the 3-time world champion on our feature board. So stay tuned for that. We'll update that during our next match or two.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are looking here at the Boomerang Tours Fiesta, this is event number 7 on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals, which will be taking place in Philadelphia, PA this year. And Boomerang Tours, all you got to do, check out the Victory. It's a 35-foot Cabo Express and everything you would expect from a sport fishing vessel. Shimano Penn battle gear, outriggers, live well, fight chair, and a private full bathroom. Our tournament caliber crew will get you out on the water and check off that bucket list fish. And I've seen a lot of those bucket list fish that they've caught, and they are bucket list fish. They are not joshing with you on that one.
There's some serious fish.
I ain't a wolfin'. Let's put it that way. Again, just email info@boomerangtourscr.com, or you can find them on WhatsApp, 506-831-5937, to talk to someone directly.
Oh, so let's take a look. Don't forget, you follow all of our social media platforms on Facebook, X,
YouTube.
YouTube and Instagram and TikTok at Champ Darts is how you can find us. Championship Darts Circuit on YouTube, I believe. And like and subscribe to those pages. We appreciate the support. Every subscription helps. You can also check out our website, www.champdarts.com. Don't forget, we've got a new episode of Shooting the Bull, the official podcast of the CDC. This coming up on Thursday, August 15th, 9 o'clock Eastern. We would appreciate, you can find that as a podcast, as an audio podcast on all major podcasting platforms, Apple, iTunes, Spotify. And that's also on our YouTube page. But we would appreciate a click on the subscribe button on those podcast platforms. And please, if you enjoy the content, leave us a 5-star review. Goes a long way. Don't forget, check out nxtbets.com/play-CDC to check out opportunities to wager on CDC darts action. You must be 21 or older to participate. And if you have a gambling problem, please contact 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, our next matchup, Larry Butler, Adam Savadah. 94 average so far today for Larry after his first match, an 82.5 for Adam Savadah. So on paper, if you're just looking at this event, Larry Butler favorite. Easy. This season, Adam Savadah has been one of the hottest players on tour. He's averaging an 89.5 for the season with a 40% checkout turn percentage. Larry Butler, a 78 is his current 3-dart average. So definitely below Savadah in consistency. But with the scoring power we just saw from Larry Butler the first round through, he threw 13 of 14 perfect darts in that victory in the first round. This could be a special day for the Eagle.
That it could be. Really, I mean, what an impressive finish to that last match. Really came on strong.
This is one of those situations where I really wish Stefan Rousseau would just do the play by the calling in French. Might as well.
Well, was it not his compatriot Sylvain Bordeaux that
He was great.
You were quite impressed with, right? When he did a little calling in weekend 2.
It was what was really funny about it, and he agrees with me after he went back and listened because he had no idea at the time. He gave himself an American accent. He dropped off the French part of his accent completely. And I wonder if it's
completely bemused by the fact
was
that
wonderful.
It sounded like that the accent dropped.
It reminds me of something that we would do if I was scoring. I'd really find it hard to not do it in a UK accent because that's what you're used to hearing on those. So for Sylvain, he's used to hearing the American accent calling it out, and so he's just doing it like that. That's why I just think it'd be cool to hear it all in French.
Wee wee. That was so insulting.
Oh, I threw in
It was Pepe Le
a
Pew.
JTM double 20, which is I love double 20. Well, it's I love in French and then double 20 in English. How
Well
about
done, sir.
Jack Robinson, Alex Spellman out there on the floor, 4-4 score line, currently in that board final. The winner of that one again gets John Part in the top 8. Savada's going to go first here and finds that treble segment. And man, he didn't even come visit us once before this started. And what a kick up into that. Here's the 1994 match play champion, inaugural match play champion, inaugural Continental Cup champion, inaugural event champion.
Nope.
No, two-time winner, event winner. First two-time event winner
he
in history.
John Part won the first one.
Yep.
Larry won the second.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, A.E. Anthony Eugenia, and I know better than just to question anything that he says as far as the history of this great American sport.
Well, certainly these CDC events, right? I was there from the beginning. I was in the room. I think I most likely scored those finals, to be quite honest with you. Either myself
Exactly.
or my partner, Peter Cetera. And believe it or not, here, you want to get super geeky? Prior to
might as
Darkin,
well.
I still have the sheets from the board in a box in my closet. I need to get them out so we can see if
That'd
they're
be great.
in full, so we can do the averages.
Yep.
Because the averages for the final don't exist, or they're not recorded anywhere for that first weekend of play of CDC in Miamisburg, in the great state of Ohio.
Good old OHIO. Savadah first to a finish here, but only a 59. Two troubles here from Butler can pressure this one a little bit. Yeah, and I like that attempted use at the bull. Definitely the right dart. Yeah, I like the 17 look there from the 142. .109 left. And a bit of a punt there from Savadah. Leaves only 40 scored. You just give a shark a chance to really put some pressure on. .10-6 wire. 32 for a 102 checkout. Doesn't hit it, so can the Eagle? No, he can't.
group final over on Stream 2. That group, Jacob Taylor, Sean Mitchell, currently locked at 1 apiece. So if you're watching both of us here, we are at our second match in the last 32 stage. That group is a round ahead of us, so you'll be seeing a quarterfinal up next on Stream 2. So if you want to get a jump on the bracket, we're kind of evaluating what direction to go here on the feature.
There you go.
There's a lot of quarterfinals that are just about ready to be played, and see if they're going to hold one for us or get them played on the floor.
Jack Robinson now up 5-4 over Alex Spellman, which would be, and Jack Robinson averaging 90 currently in those 9 legs. Good 96 from the Eagle. Definitely not scoring as prevalently as he was in the last match. Hard to expect him to do that, to be quite fair. Really hard to expect it when you had 113 first 9 average.
That's brilliant.
The only other person that averaged right around that, still Buns. But it wasn't as high as Butler's. But unfortunately, the Eagle is on a bogey. And yes, those were both golf terms that I put together.
Aha. Okay.
Savadah, 126 left, start on the 19s. Ideally. He hit a 7 instead. We cannot take that out. Butler will come clear with the 32. Make it 1-1. Double 4. And that might bite him hard. The Reaper kills leg number 2. Takes a 2-0 scoreline. That is also a break a throw.
I think we've seen these two guys play just this year, right? In our previous weekend, Savadah beat Larry 5-2 at some point, right? In the last 32 of Event 4, if the information is correct.
I'm gonna guess
or if
that
I'm
it
reading
is.
it correct is what I'm saying. Because I'll always lay it on my feet.
Yep.
Okay.
That is absolutely correct. Savadah lives just outside Phoenix in Arizona. Larry originally from Kentucky, now resides in Ohio.
That he is. That's sort of always a forgotten little blurb of Mr. Butler. Do you know how he got to Ohio?
Was it by car? Sorry, I'll be here all night. My bad, AE. I forgot. You weren't expecting that, were you?
No, I was not. And trust me, it's not going to be any more or less important than the blabber that was going to come out of my mouth.
20 does leave tops for Savadah. He's already up 2-0. And the Eagle back on 290.
We'll let this leg play out, and then we'll get into my nonsensical story.
It's one of those things where I'm actually curious for the answer, but then I So I feel bad that I ruined it.
No, you didn't ruin nothing.
And he pins tops. It's now a 3-0 lead for the Reaper. Trying to cut down the Eagle.
So, if you think that me and Peter Cetera are, and David Irie are, dart nerds, and where, how pathetic could we possibly be, and how
I've never thought that about you.
Well, I mean, the sport that we love has completely sort of like, beat us to near death, But we trudge on. Talk about a slave to this sport. Larry Butler and his lovely bride, Sharon.
Yep.
She's a New Yorker.
I did know that.
He was located in Boston at the time. I mean, he was a big fixture in the Minute Maid League. I mean, that's where he really, playing alongside and against DMcKelly and other sort of titans in that area.
Absolutely.
When, I shouldn't say when. I mean, Boston and New England, of course, have always stayed as strongholds, but there was certainly legendary times in that area, and that's when where Larry is in his the beginning of his first prime, and that's another part of his story I can tell. So when they, a lot of the tournaments at the time, you're chasing points and money and stuff. Yep. The best place to be located if you're going to travel to those places is Ohio. You get up to the Michigans and Chicagos and down to the St. Louis's and Nashville's, right? So they literally relocated to Ohio based on the ability to well, I mean, when put it this way, this country hasn't produced that many folks that have legitimately, like, top to bottom lives, careers, ventures have been darts and successful. Not in a what do we look at Adam Savadah just breaking the algorithm and goes up 4-0. Sean currently is quiet because he's taking off he's got his socks in his mouth because he needed to take his socks and shoes off and do the gazintas on that out.
I'm just trying to.
Was that 19, 16, double 12?
Yep. Is that up to 129?
One would think so.
It does now, even if it didn't. It does. Okay, good.
Sean just needed to see it on a calculator. But as the truth of it is what you said. There's 3 people in the room there. They seem to all have agreed that this calculated to 129, and they moved on. Well,
it's a heck of a 129 from
Sean
Savadah.
and I seem to be stuck there.
The treble 19 left 72. He took it out from there.
So just in case we this Adam Savadah goes nuts and closes it out on us. So yes. One amazing story is Larry Butler and Sharon, and they relocated to optimize.
It makes a lot of sense, honestly.
Optimize his chances and his ability to play at the most high level, tournaments possible, right? So to me, that's always astounding. I give them tons of credit to the dedication to this sport.
And they've built up a great dart community out of Dayton that's brought some great dart players too.
Yeah, you want to talk powerhouses.
Yeah.
The CDC, you could almost quite literally say the CDC was built on Ohio between himself and Mr. Nickel and DJ Sayer, Gordon Dixon, James Kinney.
Yep.
I'm sure and I apologize
Nick
for
Lindbergh.
leaving anybody. Nick Lindbergh, yes, of course, the trio of travelers between Lindbergh, Nickel, and Butler. Yeah.
Well, if Butler wants to stay in this tournament, he's going to have to hit this 101.
Quickly, then on Butler, this is the second phase of his career. That's the first phase. He was a legend already. Put them down to raise the family when the PDC came with the World Series of Darts. Took him out of the draw and has never looked back.
And a 5-0 victory for Adam Savadah. Well, Larry couldn't escape the Reaper there. And Savadah will move into the last 16. He will take on the Mauler, Gary Mawson. That's gonna be a heck of a battle between high power scoring and some hopeful high power finishing.
Absolutely. The potential of it is which Gary are we going to see? You know, he looked obviously a lot better against Rousseau.
Yep.
You know, but do we get weekend 2 or weekend 3 Gary, and how does he respond from an inevitable Savadah push?
And again, just the opposite of what Butler was able to do in match number 1. He only got 3 darts at a double that entire match. And it's hard to win when you don't get that many looks at a double. It's a tough one. Yep.
One more thing before you take us out of here, just to tease, so don't, obviously Mawson Savadah is a big deal. We want to see that, but we will be seeing John Part play the winner of Spellman Robinson. What's the status of that match? Has that concluded?
It has. Jack Robinson defeated Alex Spellman 6-4.
So there you go. A big reward for taking out one of the big perennials and high seeds, Alex Spellman. Jack Robinson will be here in the quarterfinals against John Part. That follows Mawson Savadah.
Yeah, and of course Jacob Taylor up 5-2 now on Sean Mitchell on streaming board number 2. You can check that out. And Ross Snook down 5-2 on Doug Boehm. That's just a little bit of what's left in store here for the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more right after this.
Won't you take me for a ride? I love the feeling of the wind in my hair while it's beating. On the highway down by the sea, we go on and on and on. Listen to us tears go by in the very first summer night, and we know it has just started. On and on. When you close your eyes, do you feel alive? You know I'm going crazy for you tonight.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Sean Green, play-by-play commentator for the Boomerang Tours Fiesta in Chicago, Illinois. This is the board final on stream and features the Reaper, Adam Savadah, taking on number 7 seed Gary the Mauler Mawson. I want to welcome back into the booth the great Anthony Eugenia AE. This one features 2 of our hotter players on tour this season, battling it out for a board final.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, I mean, these things just ramp up in excitement. We get to watch these guys earn their spots and move round by round. And we've seen Mawson now, 5-4 over Leedy, 5-3 over Rousseau, get better. Saw a real funny, loosey-goosey Mawson there earlier, right? Shooting a bull on the second dart. Another sort of interesting, 1 or 2 choices that he just seemed to be playing with house money, and Savadah is just, I mean, he's just becoming a powerhouse on the circuit. 5-0 in his first match, and then 5-0 both games that we've seen him.
Yep.
So Savadah has not
lost a leg.
not dropped a leg yet here on our feature board.
55.
Savadah's been deadly on our feature board today.
He's earned the moniker the Reaper for sure. Can he continue this streak of winning every leg in a match? We have seen that happen in big moments. Jeff Smith comes to mind, the Cross-Border Darts Challenge in the inaugural event. Won every single leg he played on the Saturday night en route to the title.
100.
I love you, but now that's blocking the score for me.
62.
All right, as we get our first look at our scoring official, Sarah Stolinas, taking over that duty in this one. This is main event number 7 on the road to the Continental Cup
41.
Tour Finals in Philadelphia, PA this year. We got the man from just outside Phoenix and Adam Savadah taking on Gary Mawson. Lives in Lehigh Acres, Florida.
43.
I spoke for a few moments with the Eagle, Larry Butler, after that last match, and he was not happy with the fact that he's played Adam now a couple times and just kind of let Adam do whatever he wanted to do to him. And that is a frustration that he has built in there.
Well, I mean, and you can imagine a player of his ilk, to start to repeatedly play against a player that you feel like you've got no pushback on, right?
Yep.
Okay, we'll give you an update on what's going on.
100.
All quarterfinals are underway out on the floor. We will admit it. We have to admit that we're the redheaded stepchild here. Our feature board is the one still in the last 16, lagging behind a little bit, but that'll only mean that we get to bring you just a little bit more dart
99.
action.
The good news is that if you didn't admit it, Peter would have yelled at us anyway.
What's the matter with that board? Keep it moving.
Another treble tops for a 160. And that's a 160 checkout for Adam Savadah.
What hot stuff from Savadah opening us up there with a 160 checkout.
It's just the first leg, but, man, that's a big one.
$46.
Now, you had...
That is the highest checkout of the tournament so far today.
That's where I was going. Well, I believe it ties the highest checkout. Did we not have a 160?
We did not.
Was that the tour you were
That was a
giving us?
156.
Oh, I thought somebody had
81.
Oh, okay. So the highest out to for the tournament.
For the tournament, for this tournament.
Yeah, for this tournament, for the Boomerang Tours Fiesta.
Yep.
Let's see. I wonder if the players put in $5 a piece and Adam might win the pool.
There you go.
45.
Illegal gambling is not condoned on CDC premises. But legal gambling is, so go to check out nxtbets.com
140.
/PDC, play CDC And you must be 21 or older to participate. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Absolutely. It was the highest dart out for Savadah so far this season. His
96.
previous before that was a 129.
All right, so let's pull up the bracket and geek out a little bit.
44.
Mawson averaging 85 on tour this season. Of course, he does have that one victory. And in that
100.
one victory, in weekend number 2, his dominance was in his checkout turn percentage, which I know is one of those weird, not really understood facts. But basically, every time you are at 170 or below and not on a bogey, that is a checkout turn opportunity. And he was 55% on his checkout turn opportunities and when he won. Now, to tell you the difference, though, today is his checkout turn percentage is only 30%. So way down from where it was then, especially compared to Adam Savadah, who's 44%. So if Savadah's outscoring you and his checkout turn percentage is a 44%, it's really hard to defeat Adam Savadah. Trouble 19, because then you can worry about if that's a blocker dart or not, which I don't think it would have been for Gary.
64.
All right, a scenario. Let's look at the quarterfinals right now. One of these 9 names.
Tops. He almost hit a 160, and then that would have been a 120.
So your quarterfinal lineup, Stowe Bunce is playing Doug Boehm in quarterfinal 1. They're currently 1-1. Quarterfinal 2, Leonard Gates playing Jacob Taylor. They're currently 2-2. So 2 tightly contested quarterfinals underway. So the top of that bracket
That's on the outside.
is in play.
Okay.
All right. So
And that's chalk seeds
you're correct.
because the 8 seed was not here.
You are absolutely correct. Exactly. Danny Baggers was coming in as the 8, so it's not as if somebody sort of beat him to put him out. So you kind of Boehm takes that, and we see Adam Savadah go up 2-0. So Boehm takes that sort of spot. So exactly the 1, 8, 9, and then the 4, 5 playing. So yes, exactly. Top of the bracket is chalk. So Bunce,
85.
Boehm, Gates, Taylor, they're underway on the floor, and we will see the semi coming out of that. So we'll see the winners of that, all right? Next quarterfinal, David Cameron, the 2 seed, sitting there waiting for the winner of the match we're watching now. So
190.
Cameron will take on either Mawson or Savadah.
If it is Mawson, that would also be a chalk one. Because he's a 7 seed.
You are, look at you, on the ball today. And then the 4th quarterfinal, which will be on our featured stream up next, will be Jack Robinson, John Part, 2 unseeded players. So no seed play in that. So lots of great darts to come. We'll see Robinson Part next in the quarterfinals. And then the semis between Bunce, Boehm, Gates, Taylor here, all on the feature. So no reason to go anywhere, folks.
None.
140.
And there's a 140 from Adam Savadah. Sitting on 191. Mawson back on 321. So far, Savadah still yet to lose a leg. This one, though, is a 1st to 6 here in the last 16. It'll be the same way in the quarterfinal that we get between John Part and Jack Robinson. If you want to check out Streaming War number 2, that is a quarterfinal going on between Stowe Bunce and Doug Boehm. The 1 seed versus the 9.
100.
Savadah will come back with 91 remaining. He'll hold his throw in leg number 3. Gary Mawson. We're just going to call it a smart shot. He hit the 121 to leave the 100. First start was in the 1, so can't do anything about that.
Tactics.
74 now. Going for the treble 14 to leave 32. 63 remains. Treble 13 for 24 is typical.
32.
He missed a couple of big targets there. So Mawson to break the throw and give Savadah his first lost leg of this tournament.
25.
I appreciate the tops opportunity there, but I do not like the last dart. Because Savadah is going to be like, okay, he just thinks I'm not going to miss this, so I'm not going to miss this. And there's a 3-0 lead.
It's a simple equation. I'm not going to miss this. So, boom. Puts it in.
3 up. 3 to go.
3 to go. And we're seeing, what we're getting the answer to what we were wondering about. Which Gary Mawson we're going to get. Weekend 2 or a little more struggling weekend 3 Mawson.
So far, it's the weekend 3 Mawson, but got to love the fact that can change at any moment.
$26.
Especially with that start from Savadah.
85.
I can't believe it's 8:11 local time. Does not feel it at all to me.
What time does it feel for you?
5, 4 a.m.
We've been doing this for 9 hours.
Chump change. Let's do another tournament right after this one.
Sure.
We are. Tomorrow we'll be back here.
Hey, at least we get some sleep.
Is it a noon start tomorrow?
90.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Enough time to go grab, have a late brunch, go to church, and we play darts at noon.
Love it.
128.
Or if you get a very early tea time.
Maybe in mini golf.
I don't know. When the sun's rising when you're at the golf course, it's a beautiful time to tee off. Got the dew on the grass still.
101.
101.
Look at that. Mawson leaving himself a nice, clean
Great setup.
100.
2 troubles at least needed here for Savadah. The pressure at all.
Oh, I know remember we were talking about the unconventional ways. Mawson with 67
Oh, yeah.
went
93.
triple 9, double 20.
Tops for Mawson to get a leg on the board. He just looked to make sure there was no pressure on this whatsoever. There is not.
80.
And he goes just below the wire. Just above, just below.
But he's coming back. Savadah back on 194. Uncharacteristic leg for Adam to be this far behind.
100.
Slices it down a bit.
Double 10 for Mawson. And there you go. 3-1 score line now.
And the first leg that Savadah has succumbed to in this tournament.
No longer a perfect game, so to speak.
100.
Now looking for pitching a one-hitter. So continue tightly, some hotly contested tournaments out there, matches. Jacob
58.
Taylor just edging ahead of Gates 4-3. Bame just ahead of Bunce 3-2. So just coming up on about the halfway point of both
100.
of those games. Looks like players are averaging about the same, both in the 80s. So some hotly contested stuff out on the tournament floor.
81.
All right, Savadah on 301. And that is a flyer of a dart on dart 1 for him. I would have been just happy it was in the 20, but
100.
that's the difference in our skill level there. Mawson cannot leave a finish no matter what he does. You might as well hit a max. He decided against it.
59.
7 out of the 9 remaining players in the tournament have won a CDC Tour event. So the only newbies would be Doug Bame or Jack
30.
Robinson if they wind up at the end. We like to keep track of new players getting trophies.
One surprising name that has not won a CDC event, and then one surprising name that is one of the 8 remaining players.
I'll let
In
you,
a good way.
I'll let you figure that out at home, folks. I know the answer.
99.
Savadah just starting to get a little bit sloppy in his play in this one. More so than we've seen out of him so far.
39.
And this is an opportunity again for Mawson to get back that break that he lost earlier.
100.
And 100, that's enough pressure. Champagne shot must pop. It's on. It's on. Pop that cork.
Yes.
Double 16.
Game shot.
And that's a celebration here at the Boomerang Tours Fiesta.
Boom!
What's a fiesta without some champagne?
I see confetti and everything in the air as Adam Savadah takes out the 1-3-2. You deserve a cool drink, young man.
And Mawson takes an extra second there. The shake of the head. But that was a beautiful 1-3-2 checkout from
60.
Savadah. As soon as we say you're getting a little sloppy there, he's like, all right, I'll just take out the 1-3-2 instead.
I'll show ye.
121.
Smart first dart there. Leaves 380. Takes out the 1.
Bame opens up a 4-2 lead over Bunce, and Gates claws back and it takes the advantage 5-4 ahead of Jacob Taylor. So be in quarterfinals.
6.
Those are first to 6. So coming down the home stretch in those two quarterfinals.
140.
Savadah's woken back up a little bit on the scoring.
41.
And only 41 for Mawson. Savadah's stolen the throw here in leg number 6. Chance to go up 5-1 in 2 breaks,
100.
which really is kind of 3 breaks. With Savadah would be starting the last leg decider.
$98.
140 left for Savadah. He's going the Rob Cross route. 32. That would have given him a 160, a 140, and a 132 checkout if he would hit that 32 there.
$100.
And Mawson, steady ton, but Savadah. Double 8.
Game shot.
Takes a 5-1 lead over the Mauler.
One more.
And he will be throwing for the match. He just tried to shake Sarah's hand, and she said, one more, at least.
Uno más. Uno más. From Mawson's perspective, we got 5 more.
Exactly.
At least.
And I'm sure Gary's like,
95.
what do you mean
Actually,
one more?
Actually, 5. Yeah, it's got to be exactly 5 more
Yep.
for Gary. What do you mean, one more? I've actually done that. I've seen that done in tournaments, and I've allowed myself to do that. And, yeah, you don't mean it to be disrespectful, but the player that's behind is like, what do you mean one more?
It means you need to win one more, not there's only one more leg.
92.
So I'm trying to confirm with the tournament staff, our tournament director, Peter Cetera. For those of you also keeping track of Stream 2, you might get some bonus coverage because right now there's Bunce and Bame in a quarterfinal. We normally only present one quarterfinal just because generally things are running the same, but the winner of this game has got to play David Cameron in a quarter, right? And it's got to go somewhere. So I would say it
Might as
probably
well
would
go
why play it on the floor when Stream 2 will be empty? So I believe that you will probably get some bonus coverage on Stream 2. And as I said, we'll get Robinson part in a quarter here. Because what we try and do is kind of flip-flop through the bracket. So if we focused on some people on a feature from the bottom of the bracket, we'll bring you the quarter from a top and similar things to give the players and the viewers some fresh perspective.
96 will be remaining for Savadah for the match. It's going to be under some pressure, though. That 135 from Mawson, pretty good. Oh, what a great first start. Double 18.
Game shot.
Checks it out in 2 and a 14 darter. Yes, sir?
Oh, I'm jumping around. Sean saw me jumping around. Now that we got to finish there, and you saw Sarah kindly and politely, she goes, yes, sir, there's your leg. But I was jumping around because what a seesaw match we had out there on the floor. Jacob Taylor jumped out to an early lead, up 4-2, I think. Gates came back 5-4. Jacob Taylor just took the match 6-5.
Yeah.
Something going on the floor?
Oh, it's just a little Gary coaching.
A little Gary, all right.
Yeah, which is
Gary constructive criticism, as we like to call it in the game.
And it honestly could have been that exact thing that we talked about one more, and then
exactly. And you know what? He'll say his piece. It wasn't meant to be disrespectful. The whole deal. So let that play out behind the scenes. So so we saw. Let me get up to speed. What was that final there? The game we just saw. I just saw on my paperwork 6-1.
Yep.
All right. So 6-1 to Savadah. Okay. So before we go to break, let's actually, you know what?
Taylor becomes the first semifinalist with a 6-5 victory over Gates.
Do you mind? Can we patch into? Do you want to stay? No, you want to take a break? All right, we're going to take a break. All right, you can jump over to stream 2 if you want to watch some more darts. We got bunts ahead of BAME 5-4, and what I was jumping around with is Jacob Taylor came back and won that quarterfinal. So Jacob Taylor is in the semis. We're going to see him, and he'll take on the winner of that Bunts-BAME match. Coming up next here on this is Robinson Part, and then Stream 2 is going to get Savadah and Cameron. All right? So lots of darts action to come.
Guys, so stay with us. You heard it right there from my colleague. We'll be right back with a lot more from the Boomerang Tours Fiesta right after this.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account. Decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to beautiful Chicago, Illinois for this quarterfinal matchup between three-time world champion Darth Maple John Part and Jack Robinson. I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play commentator, joined once again by A.E. Anthony Eugenia. A.E., it is always an honor and pleasure to call CDC events, but it becomes even more special to be able to call a three-time world champion.
Oh, my God, it's always a thrill. Like, it really is. It's great to have John playing. He's been a stalwart of the CDC from the very beginning. You know, the winner of the very first CDC circuit event. Yep. And quite honestly, you know, no shame in talking about it. He knew it was a big deal to put his name on what we were doing, and we knew it was a big deal for him to put his name on it, and it was a mutual, you know, agreement and a great relationship, and we appreciated that he stepped forward and said, I would very much like to be a tour card holder and come aboard, right?
Yep.
So always a thrill to have John play on camera. Everybody knows who he is, what he does from a media perspective. He's also sat in with us numerous times doing commentary, which is also a thrill, but he's been playing good this year.
Yeah.
And so, like, we want to be fans and watch John Part play.
Well, I had the distinct honor and privilege of being asked by John after working with him, you know, a couple times, you know, what is your favorite match that you've ever called? And it was an easy decision to my very first weekend working with the Championship Darts Corporation, very first event. I got to call Robbie Phillips versus John Part. And
140.
That was an easy answer to come up with for him, for myself. And one that he was grateful enough just to accept as an answer from me, because most of the time that's not how he'll respond. That being said, we have to talk about first-year tour card holder Jack Robinson making a big run to a quarterfinal here, because that is no small feat as well. He made a quarterfinal in Brownsburg, so this is actually his second one. He lost 5-6 to Stowe Bunsen that. But other than that, has not had a lot of success the last couple of events until this. Lost in a board final.
89.
In the A to Z Darts Trophy. Finds himself at least one step further here.
134.
Nice 134 from John Part to leave 170. 180. Jack all the way back on 378.
60.
This is the Part throw. First to 6 legs.
60.
I know John did get a spot in the
100.
Senior Masters event.
Just confirmed accepted his invitation, if you will, and that finalized the field. And
he's going to be a tough out in that tournament for a lot of those players that
78.
he's not had a lot of success on the senior circuit, but a lot of players are going to see a very different version of John Part this time around. He's been throwing very consistently well this year. It's been really cool to see. And that includes the U.S. Darts Masters qualifier as he checks out 42. 42 and 2 darts. Takes a 1-0 lead, where he was a wire width away from qualifying for the big stage at Madison Square Garden.
yes, he really was.
And he was already going to be there anyway doing commentary, so he might as well play in the event. It wouldn't have had to change a single reservation. Himself. The PDC probably would have grabbed someone else.
100.
But first look at Jack Robinson. I like the throw a lot.
140.
Yeah, I was impressed in weekend 1. I was on the board scoring for our Stream 2 coverage.
Okay.
And, yeah, he came through, had a couple of W's, and I think eventually fell to...
Bunts.
99.
Was it bunts? Oh.
The
then-
6-5. He beat Sean Mitchell.
In what round?
Beat Rick Allred. Lost in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, okay, so
Yep.
he did win the group. Yeah, he
Yep.
won the group that
Yep.
I was scoring on. And then that's when I eventually got Jeff Smith and Jim Long in the later rounds.
And that included a victory over Leonard Gates in that.
That's the big, that was the seed on that group. Yeah, impressive performance from Mr. Robinson. So looking forward to seeing him here.
42.
And as you
Well,
can
cheers,
ima-
Mr. Robinson.
Cheers to you, Mr. Robinson. Yeah, and you got to imagine, as a young Canadian player, a thrill. You know,
I can only imagine.
right, to play John
60.
Part.
I mean, it's a thrill for any North American. I can't really be argued that he's the greatest North American dart player by accolades alone
83.
at this point. And I mean, for the game of darts itself, too. Been in the commentary booth since 1995 for the BBC.
60.
And for someone who is looking at what he does as a North American, being able to do commentary for the CDC or for the PDC and for darts over there, it's obviously a different complete
87.
factor into why he has that position versus someone else from North America, but it does open up that avenue a little bit. Double 10 for leg number 2 to go to Robinson. Now double 5, and he pins the double 5, take a 1-1 score line. Golf Ontario is where Jack Robinson resides, which is actually the home of Smurf darts. You see it really big on the back of his jersey. Drove down with Kiefer Durham
140.
in that group. So both of them being Ontario natives, imagine they probably have played each other from time to time.
60.
They met in the U.S. Darts Masters qualifier. So Jack Robinson knows how hot John's been playing.
Yes.
100.
All right, Anthony, here's our the fanboy question for the two of us to answer here. What is more fun and more
59.
do you get more of an honor in? Is it calling a John Part match or is it sitting next to him in the booth?
Oh. I knew you were going to give me a toughie.
59.
It's a very tough question.
It's got to be calling a match. I mean, calling a match that he's playing in.
Yep.
Okay? Not that he won't go down maybe as a Hall of Fame broadcaster,
He absolutely will.
but he's a 3-time world champion on
Yep.
the hockey. Like, that's,
Yeah.
first and foremost, it's him as a player. That's where his legend is made. So, an absolute honor to see him playing
42.
on a on a stage that I helped create. That's always been for a decade now.
I have had very few players on my wall as a dart fan.
86.
And so one of those is John, just due to the previous Unicorn sponsorships and with the Unicorn dart boards that were given out and stuff like that. There's those checkout charts
all
that came
the
with them.
promotional
All
stuff,
of them,
him in the
all
black
of them
suit
had
and the
him.
black glasses.
And so,
yep.
So absolutely, it's one of those things where I can point to my students at school and say, I've called his match right there. This guy, the 3-time world champion that's holding that trophy.
Who just went up 2-1.
He sure did. 2-1 lead here for Part.
So
It's an honor to sit next to him, but it's more of an honor to call a match. I will say that.
without a doubt.
Yep.
Sorry, you got me smirking and laughing because you've been hitting me with
Hey.
things from left field. So I'm gonna. You said you had them on your wall, and since I actually watched Do the Right Thing on the flight in to Chicago this week, and I'm going to ask you, were there any brothers on the wall?
96.
Oh, I don't even know what that means.
You've never seen Do the Right Thing?
I have not. No. You got
Those
me
out
on
there
one.
will know what I'm talking about. He's looking up at the walls. Any brothers on? How come there's no brothers on the wall? Come on, Sal, get some brothers on the wall.
But to answer your question,
Legendary movie.
yes, absolutely.
But we'll get back to pertinent topic at hand. One, John Part. Yes, I mean,
137.
Yeah, those fantastic promotional unicorn things with the world champions, him, Bob Anderson, and Phil Taylor in the black suits. Outstanding. And that, my friend, I mean, that's a big example of what I want to do and, what we want to do with the CDC. Like, I want someday to, young people and dart enthusiasts to have CDC
44.
posters up next to their boards. Right?
There you go.
We're trying to build stars here, and no and in no small part in thanks to the guys,
45.
the legends that signed up and helped us build this thing: John Part, Darren Young, Larry Butler, so many players at that time that came on in that first year. Gary Mawson and
51.
And that have consistently continued to.
Fathom and Dixon and Sayer and
Yeah. I mean, those are. Oh, threw my pen for the second time today.
41.
The names that you just said are the who's who in that 2015 winning class. It really was.
And I hope that some of those players, I know some do and some don't. Hopefully, that they can take some pride in, when we put on a match that has.
Stops. Oh, he went for it. Didn't like the first dart.
The Jacob Womack's
74.
Oh, yeah.
and Joey Lanaz and DMcKelly's and Stefano's, all of these young, great up-and-coming players, and
I'm going to stay there.
that they played a part in.
Double six.
114.
That would have been for a break a throw. So Robinson now 2 darts. At a double. Is that a good marker or is it awkward?
I think
He's
it's a
stepping
good
over.
marker. I think it goes right in the middle of the bed. Oh my goodness!
I think it would have.
Just not enough. Yep, and there's just wasn't enough space to get it through.
And here's the opening for Darth Maple. And he wasn't nicknamed Darth Maple because he was kind on the dartboard. Usually doesn't let these opportunities go to waste.
6.
Usually.
Usually the scowl comes before the double. That was a scowl after the double. That's not the way John likes to see it play out. So 2-2.
Reprieve for Robinson. First to 6 legs here in this quarterfinal. Hey, remind me. Give me those other quarterfinals. What do we got going on?
131.
Let's see what's going on the floor. I'm letting our Connect load up here. We should have
66.
the other quarterfinal being played out there is David Cameron and Adam Savadah. So Cameron is up 4-1.
137.
Yeah, because we've got the top half of the bracket. The semifinal is locked in.
Yep.
Stowe Bunce and Jacob Taylor. Okay. So
Not a bad one.
What happened? Not a bad one at all. And that's the one we're going to bring you here on the feature board. Okay.
Yep.
So you got Bunce and Taylor feature board. Here in front of us, obviously, Robinson
44.
Part, and then Cameron Savadah on the tournament floor. Cameron Savadah. Those winners of those 2 quarterfinals currently being played, they're going to head on over to our Stream 2 board, all right? So you'll have some action back up on Stream 2 in a few minutes.
100.
And again, John doing great work. After 12, he's down on 89. And Jack will not be on a finish.
59.
So here we go. Little 2 dart combination. 70 remains. He does not need to go the 20 route here. So he's going to go the 18. So just set it up nicely. As he does. He'll come back with 32 with Jack back on 218. A tough scoring leg from Jack does not give him an opportunity here to break, which he will have to do at some point in the match if he wants to defeat the 3-time world champ.
Game check.
Great dart from John Part, and he now leads 3-2.
$81. $41. $40.
All Canadian battle here in this quarterfinal. The winner of this one gets David Cameron or Adam Savadah. Cameron has a stronghold on that quarterfinal currently.
Yeah, Cameron has jumped out to a big lead. We'll see the number 2 seed back in form.
$140.
Nice 140 from Robinson.
$59. $60.
The right-handed Canadian has been playing darts for 36 plus years. I know that because he started playing darts the year I was born.
46.
The year you were born?
That was the year I was born.
What year were you born?
1987. Sorry.
100.
I apologize for being young. Ish. John looking for 2 trebles to leave a finish. Does that.
He gets them.
Now outside look at 164, but it's still a look. And he might get a look now after that first start. He will. All Jack can do is set it up and hope that this 164 doesn't go. Going about the old school way, treble 20, treble 18. Ooh.
138.
Well, we as we spoke about Cameron taking a big lead there. Savadah's clawing his way back though.
Is he?
Yeah, he just won a leg back, so 4-3. So.
Oh no, that's a disaster first start from Robinson.
Let's open up the. We'll open up the
And he's
scoreboard,
unable to
keep
save it.
everybody
22.
abreast of the situation.
So Part on 43. This is to break the throw, and this is a big moment in this match for him to do so. Double 10.
Game shot.
And he hits it. Darth Maple now extends his lead to 4-2, and he'll throw to make it 5-2 potentially. Another one of those where the 6th leg in a race of 6 is the big momentum shift. Essentially puts Jack down 2
100.
breaks. John would throw in a last leg decider first.
$180.
And that's a 180 from Jack Robinson.
$123.
Oh. And you know Darth Maple wanted to do it right back.
Those darts get tougher to pick up. I don't know. For some reason, they seem to get heavier as time goes on.
No, the floor just gets further away.
45. 30 or 58.
John currently 4 for 11 on his doubles compared to Robinson's just 2 for 9.
81.
John has 6 here from 220. Hold his throw and take a commanding lead.
100.
Oh, look at this setup. Bull. No, he goes down for the 171 to leave 24 if John doesn't hit the Shanghai. Needs the treble, or he might go bull. He thought about it for a second to go bull. He moves over. Not going to take it out now.
Now just a clean-up shot and a setup.
56.
Right, a little smarter to move over and look at a clean bed.
And double 12 is pinned to make it 4-3, and Jack Robinson breaks right back.
I mean, good, real great scoring from John Part in there, 3 ton-plus scores.
Yep.
But in fairness, Jack Robinson earned that leg, right? Ton 80, ton 7-1.
Oh, that 171.
That was one. What?
That 171.
That 171 was beautiful. So an absolute street fight going on out on the tournament floor between David Cameron and Adam Savadah. Savadah made a little pushback, took 2 legs in a row. Cameron just took that last one to move ahead 5-3. So that's a quarterfinal,
40.
and that'll be a first to 6 legs. So Cameron, it's leg number 9. They've both opened up with 3-figure scores.
81.
Cameron on 161 after 9.
85.
To tell you just how much even making the quarterfinal here
85.
probably means to John Part is that not including 2020. It was a weird year of things that happened. This is his first quarterfinal since 2018. Can you believe that?
140.
He had a couple in 2020, but again, much smaller.
Well,
different
that was
field,
those
right?
were COVID, but I mean, it was smaller fields, but extremely good competition, especially in the Canadian rooms. But yeah,
59.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It's been a few years.
That being said, the last time he made a quarterfinal in Philadelphia, he ended up winning that event 6-2 over Danny Lobby.
59.
Are we on for another one of those?
Hey, I'm not going to say anything. Thanks for. I remember that weekend. I needed to look some stuff up. Yeah.
So Park can put some pressure on the 116, but Robinson's going to have 3 darts at 116 to tie it up.
93.
Last dart might be very important, though, for Part.
So David Cameron wins that match out on the floor. So the number 2 seed, Excalibur, David Cameron, is through to the semifinals, where he will take on the winner of this match. So
He's attempting to be the first 3-time winner on tour this year. John Part, 84. Oh, 24. Pins it in 2. And John Part re-breaks and takes a 5-3 lead. He's throwing for the match to reach his first final, or semifinal, since event number 9 in Philadelphia in 2018. And yes, I'm just not including the 2020s because it's a better story. Robinson to make his first semi He's going to need to win 3 legs on the spin.
140.
That's a good start to doing so. So 3 of our semifinalists are set.
97.
No shocking names really in there at all, that's for sure. Names that you would have picked at the beginning of the event. And Stowe Bunce, Jacob Taylor, and David Cameron, the 1, 2, and 5 seeds.
60.
However, we're going to have a seedless player.
The party crasher, if you will.
The party crasher. I see what you did there.
55.
That was good. The Boomerang Tours Fiesta party crasher.
Event number 7 on the road to the Continental Cup
43.
Tour Finals Championship in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. October 18th and 19th. Tickets on sale soon.
Troublous visit there opens up the door for Mr. Robinson.
Or 60. Yeah,
Yep.
64.
Were you
on
answering
246?
Sarah?
I was. I couldn't help myself. Needs at least 1 big treble to leave the finish. Would love to. Interesting last
cleans
start.
Things up a little bit. Well, what was this? 225. What are the options?
None.
None, right? So
Might as well make it even.
60.
And that's what he was looking for there.
2 tons, and we call it a day.
You can wash your hands of it and move on.
That wasn't in the plan.
Neither was that.
40.
He barely leaves a finish. We've seen this finish, though, so far on stream in a by Adam Savadah earlier today. Still a little bit of work left to do for Robinson when he returns, if he returns. This is for the match, though.
$76.
Yep. 76 plays 76. Double 8. For the first break. And there's the first break.
Jack Robinson stays in this contest. Takes 76 out, as you just said. Our first break a throw.
And now throwing to send us to a last leg decider. And what a start.
180.
That's a 180 for Jack Robinson.
His second of this match.
The Artful Dodger.
Hart finds it.
83.
Robinson now 4 for 12 on his doubles. Hart 5 for 12.
$57.
Oh, look at this.
123.
Darth Maple, count them on up. 1, 2, 3.
The Sesame Street.
Unlucky. Robinson trying to fill it up again and does so. That's another 180 from Jack Robinson.
Second maximum in this crucial leg for him to hold and stay in the match and force a decider.
Which is definitely looking more and more likely here. This is for a potential 11 dart. He does not need to go 14s. He'll do that. Tops.
44.
He will return. Question is, will he return to pressure? Maybe a little feeling of the force, so to speak.
A force of will.
Double 10. Let's go to a last leg decider, AE.
We're going all the way. Robinson Part. Leg 11. John Part to throw first. Game on. See what the old master has left in the tank.
125.
It's a good start for the Sith Lord. And that's the last time I'm going to use a Star Wars reference because I don't even know if I'm right on that.
You're exactly right. Keep up with the Star Wars reference. He's got an R2-D2 thing on his shirt, for goodness sakes.
Well, technically that's the Darth Vader thing.
60.
It's a shirt. It resembles Darth Vader.
Darth Vader. Yeah. Vader and the droids.
It's a Lord
I like
Part.
it all.
I guess it'd be Lord Maple.
No, it's Darth Maple.
Well, right.
Lord Darth
36.
Maple. Get it right.
But it'd be
Bow
Lord
down.
Vader. It's Lord Maple. Tell you what, it really is a last leg decider to get to a semifinal here in
And
the Boomerang Tours Fiesta.
we're
43.
completely gobsmacked. All right, now we're going deep. All right, I apparently got the shirt wrong. All right, I concede that. All right, I don't know why I thought it was the droid. But now watch on the back in the maple leaf. I think I just caught. I think the stem of the maple leaf is a lightsaber.
60.
Maybe not.
That's a tough.
I don't know.
That's
Maybe I should have designed this shirt.
I mean, it's a good little addition there. I'm sure we have
100.
a sponsor listening in that maybe designed that shirt. Maybe in the process of designing this one. As long as you got those 3 stars on the collar, that's all that matters.
Amen to that.
97.
97 from Part. We'll leave 116. Robinson would love 2 trebles. But he'll have to do with 0 of them. See how John decides to take this out. Treble 20. Not going to happen. It's 81 left. Treble 19 for 24. Treble 15 for 36. Bullseye for something else.
Is that 56 left?
It does leave 56. And the 164 is not going to go. So match starts incoming here
60.
for Darth Maple. In a semifinal appearance. Tops.
Game shot.
Look at the authority on that dart. Look. That was just a little extra oomph. And Darth Maple, John Part, advances into the semifinals here at the Boomerang Tours Fiesta.
Fire up the DeLorean. We're going back in time. And John Part continues this run at the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. The party
Good on the world champ.
will be continuing rather shortly. What's coming up here, AE?
All right, so coming up here on the feature board, we've got semifinal number 1 featuring Jacob Taylor versus Stowe Bunce. On stream 2 on Facebook and PDC, you're going to have David Cameron and John Part.
It's amazing. Guys, did you just hear that? You are not going to go anywhere. I can tell you that much. It's a fiesta, first of all. So grab your popcorn, maybe some of your after 9 p.m.
Beverage
beverages.
of choice.
and have a nice little spot on the couch. Pop this up on the big screen. And we'll be right back with more from the Boomerang Tours Fiesta right after this.
Won't you take me for a ride? I will love the feeling of the wind in my hair while it's beating. On the highway down by the sea, we go on and on and on. Listen to us tears go by in the very first summer night. And we know it has just started on and on. When you close your eyes, do you feel alive? Do you know I'm going crazy for you tonight?
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play commentator for this semifinal bout at the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. And it features the number 1 seed, Stowe Bunce, taking on the number 5 seed, The Truth, Jacob Taylor. I've already said my name. I'm joined by Anthony Eugenia. AE, can the Neon Nightmare end The Truth's run today and go for a second title, or will Jacob Taylor find himself in a final?
It's a tough call. Will the Nightmare prevail, or will The Truth have its day? Let's take a look at their roads to get here and maybe sort of glean something from that action. See what numbers we had there. Taylor 5-0 in his first round. Where was Mr. Bunce? Bunce did not have a match, so we move on.
Stowe has the highest first 9 average for the tournament at 102.5. Their actual averages are separated by about 1 point there in favor of Stowe Bunce. But Jacob Taylor, The Truth, when he's on, The Truth is tough to beat.
You betcha, and we've seen him in these events sort of, percolate and get hotter. But, let's start at the top 32. Bunce with an impressive 5-0 win over Dustin Holt, where he threw a 95. Taylor an 88 5-2 win over Michael Wynn. Top 16, Bunce 76 average, 6-2 over Davey Main. Jacob Taylor 81 in a 6-3 win over Sean Mitchell. And then the quarterfinals that just took place,
45.
Stowe Bunce a 90 average, over 6-5 in a tight contest, getting by Doug Boehm. And Jacob Taylor in a slugfest himself, 6-5 over Gates, but with an 87 average. So to me, at first glance there, I'm going to tip Bunce. See, he's had a couple. He's got two games over 90. So in this, if you're going to pin me to make a prediction, I'm going to go with the overall 1 seed in Bunce, just on maybe a slightly
59.
There you go.
Slightly little bit more form.
Definitely okay with that prediction out of you. This is a rematch of the Galaxy Gold Cup final that we had in weekend 2. Stowe Bunce did win that 7-5 over Taylor, but Taylor averaged 98.5 in the losing effort to Bunce. Stowe just teeing it up nicely. But will he come back with Taylor on 116?
And don't forget, this is semifinal number 1. We've got semifinal number 2. David Cameron versus John Part. That's available on PDC TV and on Facebook. So 2 great semis underway. So Taylor, Bunce, Cameron, Part. One of those 4 gentlemen are going to be your
42.
Boomerang Tours Fiesta overall winner.
Yep. Tops for Stowe, which when
Game shot.
you say
Stowe Bunce.
tops for Stowe, it tends to go. 1-0 scoreline favoring Stowe. This race to 7
60.
now in the semifinal. How about this?
100.
Semifinals feature 3 Canadians and 1 American.
$97.
And it's no big deal. It's the number 1 American right now in the tour standings. But he's facing against
57.
the number 1 Canadian, the number 2 Canadian that's here, and I don't know, the most decorated Canadian dart player of all time, by far.
Boy,
60.
oh boy.
So Stowe Bunce has a tough road of Canadians ahead of him if he wants to win this title, and that starts right here with Jacob Taylor
57.
from Newfoundland. Works in the shrimp industry.
57.
But since arriving on tour in 2020 has been a mainstay.
133. $81.
And this is a throwback jersey for the Truth, too. He's not wearing that pop of color Truth jersey that he wore in the final.
This is more classic, more my speed.
Stowe now a great opportunity with 70 left after 15 to break. The Taylor throw and take a 2-0 lead. One dart tops.
50.
And he drags it low. Oh, no. Taylor can't take it out after the first dart.
73.
So Stowe comes back. Double 10, double 5. Pins the double 5. And Stowe Bunce takes a 2-0 lead. Both players below their standard currently. The only one that's not going to care about that,
57.
Stowe Bunce, because he's up 2-0.
No, he'll be sort of fine with the status quo.
45. $135.
Nice 1-3-5 from Stowe early in this one. Stowe from Virginia Beach.
100.
Wife Crystal at home. Son Stowe Jr.
96.
Daughter Layla.
100.
And those are the reason why Stowe not really inclined to try to get a PDC tour card currently. His priorities are being home, dock worker from Virginia, and he likes that simplistic life that he has for himself, that he's built himself. Whereas you talk about Jacob Taylor.
100.
Now Jacob Taylor is a known force with how he's done over at Modus Super Series, to the point where some of those big-time players in Modus that are now PDC tour card holders
46.
have talked about how Jacob Taylor is too talented to not be famous.
Really?
Yep.
100.
That was a quote from a current PDC tour card holder. 12 leaves 25. That's not really going to help Stowe very much. Double 8 will help Stowe a whole bunch, and he takes a 3-0 lead now over the Truth. I'm going to tell you the truth. This has not been the start that I've
180.
thought, but that is much better from Jacob Taylor.
$97.
And Stowe's typically a power scorer. Not doing it right now. I would look for him to start switching to the
100.
19s. If he's had any success doing that so far today, that will be his.
Yep. And then that's
his switch.
We saw that, right? We saw that in weekend number 2. We watched both Butler and Bunce
Yep,
go down and use the 19s.
And we saw Larry do that earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just their go-to.
Well, but we were impressed
60.
because it wasn't just sort of just a momentary switch. It was a full I'm going to stop going up to the 20s until I'm forced to for a exact out purpose. I'm going to do all my scoring downstairs, and it was lethal.
And I will say, over the past 2 years, Stowe is leading the tour by far in 171s.
48.
All of those 3 in the bed on the 19s. Double 12 goes, though, for Jacob Taylor. Makes it 3-1, gets his first leg on the board. He's only down 1 break from being right back on throw.
140.
And look for both players, the average just to continue to just creep up.
60.
I'd even almost be willing to bet that the winning average is above 90 by the time this is all said and done, or at least near it.
Yep. Just incremental stages.
43.
That's a perfect first start for Taylor.
100.
So he's just not able to quite follow the weight of the first start. Still right on the bottom wire, exactly where he wants it to sit. And that's a 180 for Stowe Buns. He'll come back with 138.
97.
.72 scored, left 62. Went up the
86.
treble 10 to leave 32. Instead, now he'll be able to go 12 for tops.
60.
Or treble 12 for double 8.
Game shot. Stowe Bunts, second.
Either way, doesn't matter. 14 dart. Hold a throw for Stowe Buns.
Pretty impressive.
Forcing the
First
Truth to
half
pick it
of
up.
this semifinal from Stowe.
Nice two treble visit. 134
134.
from the Truth.
Thank you.
137.
Again, a huge shout out to the wonderful Sally Kelly doing our officiating for us in this battle.
93. 140.
Nice 140 from Stowe. The scoring power is starting to pick up for him. The Truth is going to have to follow suit. Needs another one of those. Grabs another one of those. He'll come back with 140. Still going to try and pressure it by doing almost the exact same thing.
96.
First start slack kind of makes it save there.
68.
But 128 start on the 18s, ideally.
Ideally, yes.
By the way, that's a Cujoism on the ideally.
Cujo as in Cujo the movie, or Cujo as in Cujo Dan Lauby Sr.?
Senior.
Lobby.
Yep.
52.
Senior.
Yeah, we were talking about him at dinner last night, and
The ideally is definitely all him.
ideally,
Double 12. And
Good shot,
again,
second.
pins it in 2. Every time Stowe has left a 2-dart combination, he's pinned it in exactly those 2 darts. And now at 5-1, that's another break a throw. And Taylor's on the ropes.
our second semifinal action
119.
just tied up 1-1 between Part and Cameron.
Excalibur trying to
98.
extend that lead back out. His fellow countryman, Jim Long, brought that lead a little bit closer to him, and now he's trying to get it
85.
further away again. Would be the first 3-time winner on tour this year. He's already the first 2-time winner on tour this year.
85.
Stowe, an opportunity to become a 2-time winner on tour.
140.
And unfortunately, the Truth just not finding the scoring power
60.
that we're used to seeing out of him. Treble 19. 78 left.
101.
76 was left.
100.
All right, Stowe to take a 6-1 lead. Again, another clean 2-dart. Not quite, but clean enough.
Third dart. Stowe Bunts.
15-dart, hold a throw, and you see Stowe get that average right to around 90 and a 6-1 lead for him. Now the truth of the matter is that Taylor's got to win 6 straight.
That's it, right? It's a simple equation. Got his work cut out for him.
140.
And unfortunately, the work is getting harder and harder. The more this match goes on, the stronger Stowe gets.
Yeah, and it's
100.
sort of, we thought the numbers would be higher, right? But it is kind of in the same range that we walked through each round, right?
97.
It seemed that Bunce was in that 6 to 7 points average difference
60.
throughout the event, and he had hit the 90 mark twice. So
98.
167 for Bunce when he comes back. And he's
100.
certainly, he's the
Taylor
one
has-
seed, but we know what Jacob Taylor's capable of, right? So
He's
Bunce
got
is
6
going
from
to
here.
keep the nose to the grindstone, put this thing away.
Oh, well, this is just exactly what he didn't want to do.
56.
Completely opposite of everything that we thought we might see there. And we were talking
137.
about John Part earlier with his Star Wars theme. I think there's his little Boba Fett action on the back of Stowe Bunce's jersey.
And Stowe Bunce, the 111 checkout for the Neon Nightmare.
What a sweet-looking 111.
7-1 victory over the true Jacob Taylor. Wow. I mean, just did damage on that dartboard. 90 average. And Stowe is your first finalist here at the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. And with the way he dresses, it's not a party without Stowe Bunce.
No, it's not. The hard work is done for Bunce into the final, and that's it. Like you said, we've got our first of 2 competitors for the finals in the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. Stowe, will he take on John Part or David Cameron? Can we?
Yes.
You want to?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to let Sean take a break for a
No,
minute.
no.
Okay. Well,
Opposite of what you were thinking I was going to say.
Production, can you bring us in on match semifinal 2?
It's not gonna look that good, but we got it.
Okay. We're going to bring you guys bonus coverage.
You're on board number 2.
All right. Yep. It's loud on the floor, so a little grainy. We apologize, but it's still darts action. It's sort of a feed of a feed. So
Yeah.
we're bringing in the feed from out on the floor. This is the second semifinal. David Cameron taking on John Part. We saw John come through what got to be a little tight under the collar quarterfinal against Jack Robinson, but he made it through. Looked really good early on.
Look at that from John Part. Leaves tops. This is for a break a throw on Cameron to take a 3-1 lead.
But I will acknowledge my partner. He's been doing yeoman's work all day, and I want to let Sean know if you need to step out for a second.
I'm good. Remember, we got spoiled because we didn't get one of our matches in the first event. So this just makes up for that.
Oh, stop it. So John Part puts double 10. That's a long time ago in a time far, far away.
3-1 lead now for Darth Maple.
Hey, fellas, I
Yeah.
reach here. I know you can hear me. I think they can hear me at home. We do apologize for the picture, but just as long as you know, we tried. But maybe next time we'll have a better feed from the other room. Cheers.
Yeah. We've let the people know production is, takes high pride in what they do. So the production team wants me to let you know again, it's we're running multiple streams and multiple platforms. So they're bringing in a sort of a secondary feed, if you will. So that's why it's a little bit choppy.
And
But
basically,
if you have the ability and you want to turn over to Facebook, that's crystal clear. It's coming directly from the source, so the picture will be better. But you
don't get to hear our
you don't
wonderful
get me and
voices.
Sean. Oh my God, I can hear the dials.
all of them
turning.
just turned right
Click,
away.
Click, 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 click.
Well, listen, at this point, if you're watching along, you get what you get, and you don't throw a fit. All right? And that's what we're doing right
No,
now.
well, if
Giving
you're-
this bonus coverage here, semifinal
If
number
you're
2.
on YouTube, that's the
Yeah.
great part. Right now on YouTube, you get this bonus. We look at the second semi.
And on PDC TV.
Well,
that look
but
into.
if you were on
Yep.
PDC TV, you'd be able to get both of them anyway. I'm trying to.
Oh, I
trying to
gotcha.
say, like, if you're in Europe and you don't like Facebook and you're not on Facebook, but you're on YouTube with us, this is bonus coverage.
Cameron,
Not everybody likes Facebook, as I'm beginning to find out. And as an old man, I'm quite shocked.
Well, as an old man, it makes sense that you're quite shocked. As a teacher that teaches young people, they tell me all the time that Facebook is for old people.
Well, I was just going to tell you, my 13-year-old daughter has reminded me more than once that, Dad, you're on Facebook because that's for old people.
Yep.
Like, okay. Your allowance is suspended, young lady.
Exactly. 147 left for part. Just the snooker. Double 18 for a 147. Oh my goodness, John Part is really trying to dial back the years. Cameron thought it was going in. He's only going to get one dart here. And he pins tops when he absolutely needs to break back on Darth Maple. Oh, I don't like that. It's ahead of us.
Oh, okay. I just pulled up Dark Connect, and it's just a heartbeat ahead. Okay, so we'll put away the Dark Connect.
We can. We can be like, I bet he gets this here.
And not spoil anything. Hey, folks, we bet you he gets this.
Bet you all the money in the world. He does that right here. All right, so we're back on throw. Hart still with a 3-2 lead, but the break he just did to Cameron was gifted right back. Not really gifted, stolen right back by Cameron. Again, for you just joining us here, bringing you bonus coverage of our second stream board. So we apologize for the graininess of it. It's something that I guarantee you our production team will have fixed for tomorrow, but it's also something that I guarantee you they won't be able to fix right now. And beautiful 174 from, it was a 134.
It's still pretty gorgeous.
No, it was still pretty.
Still kind of hot. It wasn't a 9. A good solid 7.
Well, that's a lot better. The 140 from David Cameron to leave 105. Hart back on 174 can put some pressure on. You know Darth Maple's going to, the way he's playing right this second. He knows David Cameron is the current #1 Canadian on the Order of Merit, and he just doesn't seem like the type of guy that wants to give up that title anytime he's playing against someone like that. He's like, I can be too, but I just do a lot more things than that. 25 for bowl? Oh, he's too good. The kind of the chance you take there, right?
Too good for his own good.
Cameron should have 2 clear here at tops. Favorite double. Now it's double 10, and he pins it to make it 3-3 here in the second semifinal.
Oh, what a nervy dart.
Tie ball game. Cameron has lived so far the last dart of the double. Tells you why doubles are so important. All you need is one look at it, as long as you're perfect on them. With the typical scoring prowess of David Cameron, when he's doubling, he is as dangerous as anyone. Reminder, these are 2 players that are also going to the Masters, the Senior Masters.
Yes, indeed.
The 2 Canadians in the field, I believe.
I don't think Jim Long qualified.
That would be the only one that I was questioning there.
Yeah.
I know that Cameron qualified through the qualifiers, which as a defending champion, I kind of loathe for him that he had to do that, which asks me this next question. Is Leonard Gates automatically in the Masters? Or did he have to potentially qualify as well?
I think he potentially qualified as well.
Well, that's okay. He's only won 3 majors on that senior tour. Sorry.
Tell us how you really feel.
Well, I feel like there's a couple players that keep getting their invites automatically that have not really done a whole lot on the actual senior tour. And I'm not talking about this gentleman in front of us, who deserves any opportunity that is given with everything that he's done for the game. .175 is where he's at, and that's a hanger Sarge, so he's trying to figure out, do I even test it? He tested it. Only 25 scored at this point in a very, very important leg. And all he did was get it down to 151. So Cameron, even if he does not take this out, which he's not going to, has to feel pretty good if he puts a treble in there, and he doesn't even do that. He might not get a look. Oh.
But now it's kind of the reverse scenario, right, that you're talking about. Now John's the one who wants to finish on a one dart out, right? Single shot. What do we got? 127, 24.
And Cameron's going to get a look here. 24. And he goes inside. So John's going to try and hit what he missed.
As a guide, a little lower.
It's tough.
Can he make that work?
He cannot.
A little overcompensation. 3-3, 12 apiece in semifinal number 2. Are you not entertained?
And pins the double 6, does David Cameron. Excalibur now takes the lead for the first time in the match. And it's a big moment to do so. We've seen it consistently. Leg 5 in a race to 5, leg 6 in a race to 6, and leg 7 in a race to 7 has been a very high quality change of pace for the way the match has gone. Typically has involved a break of throw one way or another. And now just up 2 legs. Potential here for John Part to be down 2 legs in just about a minute and a half. Cameron trying to become the first 3-time winner this season on tour. It would also be his 10th overall, and that's a 180 from David Cameron. Leonard Gates unable to get to number 10 earlier today in the final, losing to Jim Long, and David Cameron now will get his opportunity potentially if he gets there.
I grabbed the winners list, and I'm going to powwow with Pete so we can get, if Cameron makes it through this semi, we'll
have an official number.
We'll confer, and we'll get an official ruling on the amount of tour events these guys have won. The only question people out there,
180 leaves 160. Oh. But even still, that 140 might be a little bit of momentum for the next leg. But it's not over until it's over. And Cameron's going to have to come back with double 10. The one knock that Cameron's going to have against him from time to time is his doubles can leave him for a time or two. And if you don't think John Part knows that, you're crazy. Doesn't know that, you're crazy. But he pins double 10. David Cameron now up 5-3. We've seen crazier things happen in our CDC history. Art just wants to throw or hold his own throw here. He knows he just has to break it one time at one point. Doing so will put him right back on throw. And if this does go the distance, Hart does have the start in the last leg decider. Nice 85 from Part. And I almost said that's about time for David Cameron throwing a big number. He does that, 140. Great darts.
That's a 180 for Excalibur, David Cameron.
Talk about timing. And now Park can't take out the 132. 70 remains. Leaves the double 8 if he returns. Cameron might only get one dart. It will be. And it is at tops. The Part back on throw. Needs double 8 to settle back in, and that's a little bit further off than I think he wanted to start walking on. Because it's good news that it felt good. And he pins it on the second one.
Get reset, throw it the same way, the same feel, and bingo. So John Part picks up his throw there, 5-4 here in the second semifinal of the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. The winner takes on Stowe Bunce.
The American, the number 1 seed.
Stowe Bunce coming in as the 1 seed. The U.S.-based number 1 overall seed. David Cameron is the number 2 Canadian number 2 overall. So will we see a 1 versus 2 matchup, or will we have a party crasher? Darth Maple on the drive back.
Yeah, Darth Maple's been a fine nickname, but John the Party Crasher Part, I think, would be necessary here if he comes here and wins the Boomerang Tours Fiesta over the number 1 seed and number 2 seed. This leg. So far, staying chalk. Part after 9, still on 351. It's miles back at this point in this leg. You can see the boards shimmy a little bit on when the darts are pulled. Could be something you just automatically, grab those darts a little bit harder as you leave the board. Make your opponent pause just an extra split second longer.
And we're spoiled with our production team that sets up our feature board tight
absolutely.
and secure and nary a movement on the whole thing. And this is a board that's essentially out on the floor, a general standard, secured a little bit, of course, but there's always an allowance for a little bit of gimme.
122 puts a lot of pressure now. Only one dart. It's been good for him up to this point. And it's good for him again. David Cameron. Last dart counts for David Cameron. He's up 6-4. And you can see John's even thinking, man, that last dart's saving him every time.
The last stand for John Part.
He's either going to Imperial March over to the finals board or he's going to Imperial March himself to bed. Which one's it going to be?
Yet
Both,
to be
both
yet to
feel
be
welcoming, I
determined.
got to be honest.
After a long day like this, I won't say no to a comfy bed.
That's what we call a win-win scenario.
You know who's guaranteed to be in the final? You and me, Sean.
And Stowe
No
Bunts.
bed for us. And Stowe Bunts.
John's got to hold his throw here. He's already behind in this leg, and he's starting to find some scoring problems. He is finding one treble, but that's not good enough right now. He's finding one every turn. It's just he was finding two early in this match. And this is the problem with only finding one, is that you give Excalibur a chance to just outscore you enough. Get enough looks at a double. A lot of pressure incoming, though. Pretty much maximum. $87, $36. Oh my goodness, what a 147 for the match. David Cameron. You blink and it's a 7-4 victory for Excalibur. So are we going to have our first 3-time champion this season, or our first 2-time, or our second 2-time champion this year?
Waiting to see some doubling numbers there from Cameron. He just, as that match progressed, he just got better at them. And there you go. You're looking at a rematch from last year's event number 11 in Brownsburg, where Cameron took Bunts 7-3. So we'll see what this final has. We've got other matches. We'll preview it, but
absolutely.
that's the last time that they played in a final. So, but you've got, we talked about it, you got the 1 and the 2 seed, U.S., Canada, all the great makings for just fantastic final coming up in the Boomerang Tours Fiesta.
Yeah, I know it's 4 a.m. across the pond and everything, but if you've already been awake this long, what's the number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed going to stop you from staying awake for this final?
Oh, you got to go all the way.
A tasty final here. Some would call it a party. So stay tuned. We'll be back with the finals of the Boomerang Tours Fiesta right after this.
Won't you take me for a ride? I will love the feeling of the wind in my hair while it's beating. On the highway down by the sea, we go on and on and on. Listen to us tears go by in the very first sunlight, and we know it has just started. On and on. When you close your eyes, do you feel alive? Do you know I'm going crazy for you tonight?
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Welcome back. You're watching the Boomerang Fiesta.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for. Welcome back to Chicago, Illinois for the conclusion of the 2024 Boomerang Tours Fiesta. I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play commentator, joined once again by my partners in comms, the great Anthony Eugenia. AE, number 1 versus number 2, the number 1 Canadian versus the number 1 American, the guy going for his 3rd time winning this season versus the guy going for his 2nd time winning this season. What more can you ask for in a Saturday night final than this bad boy?
Well, with that setup, I mean, should I just leave? There's not much to be said after that, right? But basically, it is booyah. This. What more do you want?
Yeah.
Right? The best versus the best. Guys that have racked up not only trophies over the last couple of years, but in this season. I mean, Cameron, for goodness sakes, 2 weekends, 2 titles. We're just getting started with 3, and he's got a chance. Bunt's picked up a title already. Top U.S., top Canadian, 1 versus 2. It's cats and dogs living together. It's insane, Sean Green.
It's crazy.
I haven't been this hyped up for a final in quite a while. Got the burgeoning star there, James Butler, keeping score for this great final. And here we go. We're underway.
Yeah, look how handsome he looks up there doing this board final and the match final.
Some would say he looks smart. Mom
Yep,
got
there
him
you
a
go.
nice new shirt at Target for the weekend.
I would say snazzy. But
Snazzy. All right, let's see.
Stowe Bunts won event number 4, weekend number 2, which was the Saturday night event. So
interesting. Okay.
And David Cameron won the Sunday event. So Stowe trying to go for back-to-back Saturday night victories. This one being, of course, the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. The Galaxy
100.
Gold Cup is what he won in weekend number 2.
Okay, so for the, all right, so you point that out. So Stowe Bunts has had some Saturday night success,
Yep.
as,
136.
for the Cameron camp,
Hey,
both of
he
his-
looks like he goes to the Saturday Night Fever disco,
Yeah.
and he has that Saturday Night Fever here in successful CDC weekends.
So both of Cameron's victories have come on Sundays.
136.
yes,
Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay, so
170
that-
here for Stowe. Not
take
going to
that
go.
for what you will.
Cameron to hold his throw. Potential
58.
13 dart hole to throw.
They
Here in leg
faced,
number 1.
they faced each other a few times in the last
James
year,
got
which
first
is
leg, David Cameron.
really gives us a slice as
Second leg, Stowe
Cameron
to throw
takes
first.
tops to open up the
Just a little-
first leg.
Just a little 13 darter, just to set the pace for how this is going to go.
13 darter.
140.
100-plus average for both players here in this final, you think? Number 1 versus number 2?
Wow, that's lofty.
It sure is, but right now it feels good.
It feels good.
It feels good to say
feels
out loud.
good.
It feels real. It feels like David Cameron's going to hit a 180 here.
I'm going to be a little more conservative, and I'm going to say 97 plays 96.
All right,
Okay?
well,
So they're still going to play at a high level, but not going to hit 3
96.
digits.
this goes to prove to everyone that even the great AE is going to be wrong from time to time.
We talked over a opening 180 from Cameron.
Well, we didn't. I called
I
it out.
did. Okay, fair enough.
60.
Stowe Bunts on
What am I gonna do with
265.
this
Going
guy?
to look at the 19s, ideally.
So a little, back and forth from these guys.
25.
They've got, let's see, in-circuit events over from 22 to 24. They've met 4 times.
140.
Who's favored in that?
Cameron has won 3 out of the 4 matches. They played in the cross-border
100.
this year. David Cameron took that 6-4. And then there's...
That was
they-
the semifinal, if I'm not mistaken,
I think
correct?
so. And then they also played
Bullseye.
in the qualifier for the U.S. Masters 2 years ago. Cameron won that. So in all their meetings in different forms, David Cameron has beaten Stowe Bunts 5 out of 6 times. So
100.
I was willing to bet there that Stowe was going to go tops. if he hit the first treble 20. But 32 left for Cameron. Take a 2-0 lead, and it's a break a throw early in this final.
Third leg, David to throw first.
So far, the perfect start for Excalibur. Throwing a 13-dart hold a throw and a 14-dart break a throw. And he's right back in the treble.
180.
That's a 180 from David Cameron again, his third of the match so far.
100.
That might be the most unlucky 100 we've seen so far on stream.
Not only were these two players
60.
ranked on the order of merit to be seeded 1 and 2, which is based on the last 20 events, but just based here in 2024,
57.
they came in 1 and 2, sort of juxtaposed? No, that's completely wrong. Wow,
Juxtaposed.
I butchered.
Juxtaposed.
There you go, juxtaposed. Yeah, I still didn't say it right. Anyway, flipped, if you will. In the rankings, just for the 2024 race, David Cameron is actually in first based on his 2 wins, with Stowe Bunce in second. But bottom line being 1 and 2 right now playing each other, that is now going to put even more distance between these 2 guys and the whole rest of the field. So you're clearly looking at the contenders and big front runners for the berths at Alexandra Palace.
Well, you think about how much in a day a situation can change. Jim Long came into the day expecting David Cameron to just solidify the #1 Canadian spot, not even really giving it a thought. Then he wins the event this morning with David Cameron going out in the top 32. He's like, okay, now I'm closer, and I must be thinking about this Champion of Championships week with weekend number 4, and I might have to go to that. And now David Cameron pretty much solidifying that
56.
It's right back to where he started, as Jim Long lost in the top 64, and Cameron right back here in a final, and about to take a 3-0 lead over Stowe Bunce here in this final.
And we'll get an official updated.
Like Stowe to throw first.
Oh, look at David Cameron up 3-0, and we'll get official updated rankings tomorrow morning, fresh off the presses.
99.
I saw the tournament director Peter Sutera updating them in the tournament room as we got ready for this final.
And unfortunately, for me, not for you, I would say that Stowe dropping down this average is going to probably weigh down Cameron's average overall throughout this match.
60.
But I also would argue that Stowe can easily raise it right back up into the mid to high 90s very quickly if he finds that gear. That Neon Nightmare gear. The Wolverhampton gear.
96.
And both these gentlemen lost their first match today.
96.
That they played in, and now they're here in the final of the second match. Or second tournament.
96.
Still on 150. Cameron back on 224.
$60.
We can hear the bars starting to turn into a Boomerang Tours Fiesta from right here.
$33.
And that is a huge punt for Stowe. Only 33 after when he was on 150. A couple of troubles for Cameron here would put a ton of pressure.
81.
Not going to do that now. Stowe just needs one trouble. Got that. Tops. And it's now 3-1. Stowe's in this thing.
David to throw first.
Without a doubt, the fight back starts. Hold the throw. Just one break back.
It's effectively 2 breaks, but you're right. 1 break to get back on throw.
My bad.
That's all right. That wasn't your bad.
58.
I was more just clarifying in a different way. You weren't wrong.
$60. 60.
You can just tell by Stowe's commentary on his own, saying, come on, and he's throwing the dart, and it feels perfect to him. Just not finding the trebles, but you know what is finding the trebles? Those darts. Boom goes the dynamite. David Cameron, another 180, his fourth of this match.
99.
Going to look at the 1-2-1 checkout. Doesn't have to go about it. And he does tee it up. Great setup from Cameron. Unless something insane happens, it should be
Game
4-1,
shot,
and it
fifth leg,
is
game
4-1 Cameron.
6 legs, Stowe to throw first.
See the side view here of Stowe Bunce. I mean,
99.
extends that leg or the arm on the follow through perfectly. Cameron from the side profile, it is a just absolute textbook throw from this side.
59.
When you look at it straight on and you see the elbow kind of tuck in, it's amazing to see from the side profile how his elbow does not move any lower or any higher
50.
when he does that elbow tuck. It honestly is pretty much incredible that he's able to pull that off. You would have no idea he's doing an elbow tuck.
180.
And that's a 180 from Cameron again, his fifth.
Well, so far my partner's been
44.
half of the agreement has been right. Cameron, you're looking for both guys to be at 100. Cameron's coming out blazing.
44.
Yeah, 5 180s here in this final.
65.
Our statistician, Tom, reminding me that that's his fourth 180, not his fifth. 5 does sound better, though, Tom. And let's give a huge shout out to Tom. For the first time, has been our statistician, like off-site, watching everything that's going on and feeding us smart facts to say. And when we say stupid facts, to replace them with smart facts to say. So, Tom Holmes, thank you so much.
Tall task when you're dealing with me, kiddo.
I say what's ever written, and sometimes I don't even listen to what's not written. And a beautiful setup play there for Stowe, but unfortunately Cameron on 40. Double 5.
35.
Drops it low. And bunts. That's on the outside.
Yes, sir.
Double 8.
Game shot. In the
Pins
six
the
legs,
double
Stowe
8. So
Cuts the
holds
lead
the
in
throw.
half.
Yeah, but it's just a hold a throw, and it's a bit of a fumble for Cameron. Missed some darts there and some opportunities to make it 5-1 instead 4-2.
100.
This has been that leg that's been the difference. This is the 7th leg, and it's first to 7. And I've said over and over again, it's just effectively been
28.
the player that's needed to break the throw has done that. In this situation, the player that needs to do that start off with a 28. And if Cameron stays where he is right now in his doubles, he's 50% on them currently. It's going to be tough for him to be beat.
96.
Because even still 2 for 3 on the doubles, he's just not getting enough opportunities.
100.
And here's the scoring switching happening from Stowe. He goes back up.
87. 6.
And we see that a lot of times where even if he misses the first 2 dart looking down below, he'll still catch a treble 20 and dart 3. He's very good at that
25.
looking down to then looking up switch. Oh, he needs them all.
171.
And he gets it all. 171 to leave 120 for Stowe Bunce. Cameron on 148. And now he can't take that out.
75 score dice.
You're telling me still has an opportunity, 2 darts to hit a treble 20, and then he has his favorite double tops awaiting for him.
84.
This to break in a very important moment to get right back on throw. Needs the treble. Gets the treble. Tops.
100.
I would have bet my bottom dollar that one was falling in. Cameron 2. Needs to hit it and busts it. So Stowe bunts. I called it out at the beginning of the leg. The 7th leg has just always been this way. Needs to still pin it. Wow, those could not be closer. You knew that last one was going in.
We got a ball game here.
It's 4-3, and Stowe bunts is going to do-si-do. Step right up here. Come one, come all. Trying to make it 4-all. In the final of the Boomerang Tours Fiesta.
80. $60.
And only 60 there from Cameron.
$140.
And this is potentially where the momentum starts to shift in favor of the Neon Nightmare.
180.
Excalibur has something to say about it, though.
$100. $100.
Cameron first to a finish on the Stowe throw. But you have to still say that Stowe's the favorite.
105.
105 from Bunce. Cameron 161. Not gonna go.
65.
Beautiful use of the bullseye on the last dart to leave a 2-dart combination. But Stowe's going to get 1 dart at tops.
56.
And is that a moment where Cameron can capitalize? Needs the treble. Not going to get it.
56.
So back to double 10 for Stowe. Make it 4 apiece. And it is 4 apiece in the final. Could you guys ask for anything more? The number 1 seed and the number 2 seed, 4-4 score line. They're separated by 10 points on the average, and it doesn't matter a lick.
All square.
And a 60 start from Cameron. He's going to have Bunce chomping at the bit.
58.
I'm going to give a huge shout out once again to our production staff. All 2 of them
48.
over there on the production side. L. David Irete and Will Stewart.
85.
Of course, our tournament director, Mr. Peter Cetera. My co-tournament director next to me, Mr. Anthony Eugenia.
125.
And without Jeff Good, none of this happens. So, huge shout out to our floor director.
121. $98.
98 for Cameron. Great setup for him. Leaves the 170. Still needs a treble.
57.
Not going to get that treble. So Cameron has 6 from 170. Most likely will tee it up if he gets the first 2.
43.
But that is a bit of a slip. Could become a massive mistake.
95.
85 left for Stowe if he returns. Oh, it should be a dart. Bullseye for Cameron. Pins the ball on the 127 to take it 5-4 lead. What a dart from Excalibur.
Back in the driver's seat is David Cameron.
95. $81.
Off and running here in the final. David Cameron, Nova Scotia. Got married in January.
140.
Has been the most dominant player on tour this season.
100.
He only has one result outside of a quarterfinal this season.
That's astounding.
99.
He's had 3 quarterfinals, 3 finals, and now and the loss in the top 32
59.
earlier today. Stowe Bunce 167. He might go for this just to light a little bit of a fire. Bullseye. He does go for it
42.
just on the outside. He leaves himself 25 when he returns. Now, if Cameron would have
25.
left 121, I might have questioned the leave 25, but I'm not anymore. Double 8.
17.
He'll be back. Cameron back on 166, which was not a counting mistake. It was a dart deflection.
140.
He's tapping on the shoulder here in case Stowe misses these. Needs to hit it, and he doesn't.
And
so
Sean was exactly right? The breathing down the neck.
26, double 13 for a 6-4 lead, and to be throwing for the match.
No
And
score.
all of those outside. Reprieve for the Neon Nightmare. And he picks it.
Game shot in the 10th leg. Stowe Bunce.
5-5 score line.
Throw first.
Man, just think of how different that would have been if Cameron would have hit the double 13. Instead, we are still chalk. On throw here in the final.
81.
Who's going to make that first big move? At a point where it now matters.
99.
Cameron just needs to stay cool, calm, and collected. If he holds his throw twice, he wins.
99.
Cameron now getting the better of the scoring or of the doubling percentage, but Stowe now starting to get more opportunities at that double. 5 for 17 for Bunce, 5 for 14 for Cameron.
45.
And that's a big slip at this moment. Stowe knows 2 trebles here is huge,
57.
and no trebles is huge the other way.
$60.
Great first start from Bunce. Would love another one of those.
100.
100 is enough. Cameron can still sway the odds here with 2 trebles in this visit. He's not going to do that.
44. $80.
Stowe Bunce for the first time is going to be favored in this match. As long as he can finish off this leg and take out 66.
Yes, sir.
Double 17.
28. 38.
Leaves 28. Cameron's going to get a dart here. And what a skin saver this would be.
96.
Oh, no. Drags it low. So double 14.
Game shot in the 11th.
And
leg.
Stowe Bunce has taken control. He will be throwing for the match here
12th leg. Stowe
in
to
the
throw
penultimate
first.
leg. 6-5. Bunce leads for the first time.
81.
Not quite the Neon Nightmare start that Stowe wanted to bestow upon Cameron. And Cameron, however, coming back with a
180.
perfect start.
That's a 180 for David Cameron. Big time spot for big time player.
140.
Going to try and force Bunce to take out
58.
this leg in 12. He's not going to put a lot of pressure on it now. 180 is huge right now.
180.
Massive from Stowe Bunce. Leaves himself 100 when he returns. Potential 11 darter.
99.
Double-double. He's going to stay there. He is going to go double-double for the match.
Game shot.
Double-double for the match for Stowe Bunce. What a victory. 12 darter in the last leg decider. And in the last leg that we played in the match. 7-5 victory. And Cameron's not happy.
What a sort of incredible march back from Bunce.
Yep.
Down early, just stuck in there, stayed in there, kept his scoring. He didn't come out of the gate scoring as highly as we anticipated. And just stayed with it. And like you kind of phrased it, just stayed right behind him, took his opportunities. And Stowe Bunce is your Boomerang Tours Fiesta, the event number 7 champion, the Neon Nightmare.
In that match, again, Cameron had a chance to get up 6-4 and throw for a potential 7-4 victory. But double 13 avoided him for 3 straight darts. Stowe Bunce takes control, and the rest, as they say, is history. Stowe Bunce is your 2-time champion this season. Brings the point total a little bit closer to Cameron with that result.
That overall points is,
it's important.
We award a trophy, the Jay Tomlinson Trophy.
Yep.
So not that that's prestigious on its own, but there is now a little even more sweetener to get that overall 1 spot. You get the opportunity to register into phase 2 of Q School. So, you talked about earlier about Stowe, and rightly so. No shade on his decision making. But maybe you get the opportunity to go right into that weekend of Q School. You don't have to go through phase 1.
Yep.
So you never know. There's some things that
we're all playing
change
for.
the course of life. You never know what comes down the road.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations once again to Stowe Bunce for winning the Boomerang Tours Fiesta. Congratulations to Jim Long for winning the A to Z Darts Trophy earlier today. We will be back in action tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central to conclude Weekend 3 as we continue on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals. AE, last words?
Last word. I just want to let everybody know that we will be speaking to the winner, Stowe Bunce, on our Facebook page, okay? And then that'll be shared on Twitter in just a few minutes. Give us a chance to get set up. And I wanted to say it's been an honor and a privilege to sit next to Sean Green today. I hope you've all, and I want to personally thank our tournament team led by Peter Cetera, our production team led by L. David Irete, and I hope you've all had a great time sitting with us today. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and Sean's going to take us out.
Absolutely. From Peter Cetera, L. David Irete, Jeff Good, Anthony Eugenia, and the rest of the CDC staff, thank you so much for tuning in this evening, and I hope you have an absolutely wonderful night.